everybody, and welcome in to the
Did it not work out?
Groudon release tournament. I broke it. What? I mean, I love your background.
I was going to make the joke that, you know, we had these squiggly eyes. You know, the professor glasses? We were talking a lot about it on Unity Clash. Didn't work out. It's out. But yes, we're on Unity Clash today on a special broadcast to showcase the new map on a very special tournament. Tano, you know, it's been a wonderful... How many years has it been? With Rayquaza?
3? Did it? Or was it the second year anniversary that Rayquaza came in?
Oh, right. So it's been 2 years with Rayquaza, a single year with Rayquaza, and now we're going into Groudon.
Yep. Oh, Groudon.
Groudon.
Groudon. And not only that, a massive amount of changes to Faya Sky Ruins, although the question is, should it be called Faya Sky Ruins if it's Groudon and Faya Ground Ruins? Something along those lines. Either way,
we're there.
Shouldn't be in the sky, bro, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, you're right. Alright, but we're gonna get into it very quickly here with the teams lining up here today. We have quite a strong lineup considering this is a... Number one, this is a Thursday. Number two, this is technically not a... I don't want to say it's not an official tournament, but I am definitely going to say it's not one that has too much stakes on the line, right? And it's kind of interesting to see how teams are going to showcase what they kind of pick up over the past 1 day, I would say, of gameplay. So this is interesting. So let's take a look at that real quick here, Tano. I don't want to talk about the bans here. Oh, first of all, 3 bans. That's insane.
Yes. Yeah, that's new and that's exciting. So what I've seen, though, is that not only do you all get to choose what you want as the ban and the most votes, because we believe in democracy, gets banned, but I believe you just ban all 3 off the bat. Like, from what I've seen, you can't see what the other team's banning, and all 3 bans just get banned off the bat in a row.
I like
that.
that.
You go. So
I like that.
All at once.
That's raw. I like that. But this also means that we're finally having more available options being locked off. You know, previously 2 for 2. It's a little bit rough. Now, if you want to block an entire lineup of speedsters or supports, hey, you've got that option.
But then, I don't know, because, you know, some people are getting banned twice, like Suicune's on there twice. I think it needs some adjustment, but hey, it's new and it's moving in the right direction. That's what it's all about, Nitera. And as we look at these first picks, Hollow World is going to take the Snorlax. Toppy looks like they want to entertain the Crustle here.
And I definitely agree with the Snorlax pick here. We've seen it being very, very strong across the board here. Now, like I said, this Blissey pickup here also very strong. One of the premier picks when it comes to support. Venusaur recently having some bust in terms of its bulk. We'll see some play potentially, and also a Solar Beam buff as well. And so we're going to take a look at how that's going to pan out. In fact, he's looking very much like it's a Solar Beam build.
I mean, either or, that's the thing. These changes means that either or is very good. Already, the Petal Dance was pretty good in those later stages. We also see the Armor Rouge coming out here, Nitera, and of course, there was a recent buff for that as well. So that Armor Cannon is, well, they argue it's just as viable as Fire Spin. We'll let the players work that one out.
Well, that's not my job to figure it out, but here we are going to see Garchomp be picked up into the game here. A very rare pick, so to speak, but also how the map has changed. We might see a good chunk of EXP flow through the map, potentially giving Garchomp access to its early levels and even to the later stages faster.
Alright, so Vic is going to lock in the Gyarados. Now that's a Pokemon we have not been seeing much of recently, especially in the EUL. So it's intriguing, definitely, but they've got more, I would say, experience in the first 2 minutes for you to get that Evo. So I think that's a pretty good decision to try that out so far here, Nitera.
But like, run me through this here, because I do believe Magikarp, how he evolves, is not very dependent on what he's kind of farming. In fact, it's very hard for Magikarp to like take wild Pokemon, right? It's effort values, right? And so I think even with the influx of EXP that's coming to the game, it might not be as easy for Gyarados to go up. In fact, it might be the one change that kind of, you know, he doesn't really ultimately benefit too much from.
And Toothless is going to lock in the Absol. That's a great decision with the comp that they're coming up against. You can never go wrong with that kind of speed. So we were talking about it behind the scenes here, chat. There's 4 speedsters that we think are going to be even better on this new Fairground Ruins. You've got the Absol, you've got the Dodrio, and of course Zorak and Leafeon. So I'm excited to see how 2 of those are going to be impacted in this first game.
Yeah, funny that you mentioned D4 because we did add Absol to the list, but I think it's something we should actually consider putting it on. Absol being one of the fastest Pokemon to come online as well, since it only hits level 5, already has a stats up online. We're going to see how this one pans out for him.
It's going to be, I mean, Absol already, as you said, from the get-go, has good moves for hitting quite a big area of farm. So
right.
I think this is going to be huge, buddy. And let's keep a close eye on if these teams are used to yet. Of course, they won't be. The new rotation of this farm that comes in. I'm keeping a close eye on whether somebody's going to go to that central area at 9 minutes.
Well, I'm going to have to hold you onto that tunnel, but as we do take a look into that here, I'm quite excited to see how this one pans out for everyone here, because it's going to technically be their first time cough if they didn't play, and it's going to be a wild one. So let's take a look at how it goes here. We are going to see the obviously easy split here. The 2-1-2 has never gone wrong, and we'll be seeing how this pans out from here on out.
A lot to do in the first 2 minutes of this game now, but we are going to see the usual rotations here. It's going to be Crustle, Venusaur down in this bottom lane against Armarouge, Snorlax. If they could get Armarouge online early enough, that will be massive down here, Nitera. That's
a big chunk of EXP flowing to the air here, but I don't see a way they can really make this one back. A nice rock slide to stop them, and a pickup from the little Bunnelby. And again, look at that. So confident going to this here, but this Gibble's taking a lot more than he can bite.
Haven't seen anybody go for that top one. It's about to come in 10 seconds, actually. Ooh. Lots of experience as the Ghatlue come in. Good effort by Vic, but they're only at that half of the effort meter as Buster was looking to get a good swipe.
That's a very good start to that. Natu actually benefiting so much from just getting 3 free pickups here. But we're going to see our next change coming in here, which is the Natu's in the middle here for 9 minutes. And so very quick pickup here. We do see a nice team up for the side of Fritten here. Always picking it up very quickly. And now returning the favor here is going to be on the top side here. Trying to pick themselves up for 1 here. Absolutely taking so much damage but not able to be felt.
I'm not sure whether those 9 minutes Natus are even worth going for as a team, unless like you are desperate for a little bit of experience to get that Evo Naito. It didn't look like that much, to be honest.
Yeah, it kind of feels really rough to say right now here, but I think that's another thing we should note is that it also means that you are forcing engagements. Just that little bit of EXP could be something favorable for your team. You know, if you want to hit a power spike, maybe give your Magikarp a little bit more. But the most important thing now, the third change we will see coming into this is actually the Reggie Drago at 8 minutes.
Yeah, so that Regidrago is going to spawn on in and go whichever direction it wishes to go until it is secured. And then we will see where that objective at 7 minutes will spawn on in. A rip instantly onto this. Good bounce is going to come through into the backside, looking to see if they can find the KO on Blissey, and that they do. In the meantime, though, Gabai still getting those stacks, but Regidrago goes all the way to Pactive Return.
A very, very good case of map awareness, so to speak, right? They tried to lock it out with the Rock Tomb, just slightly missing it out here, and of course taking advantage of that pack, just flew in, having Dodrio on the top side already, and that was just beautiful from them. Verb just kind of shy off that one, but not to worry here, the scoreline is still fairly even here. They are still leveling very quickly across the board. In fact, I think it's the fastest we've seen people hit 9s across, you know, the entire team.
Alright, and what we do need to know, we are here just for the science of it. Where do the Lekkies spawn? Where do that first Reggie spawn? Is it top? Is it bottom? Is it dependent on what happens with Regidrago? That's what we're trying to find out here today.
Watch as it's top. It's top! Yo! Whoa! We're back to Thea Sky Ruins!
Bro, we never went anywhere. Locking in this, though. That's what Pactive Fritten are trying to do. They've got a little bit of zone in here from Hollow World. Good effort here from Absol, dashing on through. Manages to get it with a sucker punch. That's not what Dodrio was looking for. They might find the KO, but Verbs Esports get out of that one feeling rosy.
I think one of our observers, Abina, was talking about this, right? And if you see on the screen right now, on the UI, 2 of the Pokemon from pack is actually at level 9, right? This is the fastest we've seen Pokemon hit level 9 moving into the basement Regis, or now I guess the Idol Regis. And it's crazy to see how fast the levels are actually stacking in your favor.
Yeah, that's what I love about this new look Thea Sky Ruins, is that there's so much experience, so much to do in those first sort of 3 minutes of the game that you end up at these levels, and it is massive. They're going to break that pad, and at the 6 minute mark here, Naito, there's no T2 pad on the side of Herbs Esports.
Ooh, and this is gonna be a rough one here, as they've already got nothing on the top side. They can focus their efforts on the bot side here, and assuming it's all fair in this world, Reggie like he will eventually spawn bot. Verdant Anger comes in here, trying to pick himself up for one here. The Sludge Bomb blocks him in place, but Gyarados able to back away just a little bit here, not without taking a strong hit of Solar Beam. But that is not enough. This Dragon is holding its ground here, trying to go in here. The Torrential is coming up, and there it is. They pick up, but not enough to clean it up here. In fact, they get caught off, and that is it. The Dragons fell on the team of 5.
Great amount of healing went onto Silix there, utilizing that passive as well, and they were uncontested as they get out of that one. Trying to see if they can zone out DJ here on the guard shot. Big beams are going to come on through from Silix as they look to push this T1 pad, managing to push them away, but Psycho Boom holds them in place, and they do a good amount of damage, but not enough to stop that score going in.
And you gotta give it to them. That was looking so convincing across the board here. And ooh, that is a nice change. Attention to the left side, that's actually a hit. Wow, that is a nice UI change. Gotta love that first time, even as a caster or as a player. You now know roughly where you're getting to. And I assume the change works across. But look at that, the nice pickup coming in here, running it down and hitting that try attack, finishing off for 2 KO streak here. And of course, giving the team a lot of space for that Reggie Lecky, who has once again spawned top.
Hey, listen, this isn't a new map, bro. It's all the same, is what it is. As we look for the Verdant Anger to find a quick KO here, they utilize a lot of damage to take down Venusaur and Crystal for their efforts. Regielekki's going to continue to walk towards this home pad. Does have DJ there, ready to go for the rip, but they want to get out of there, noticing that this Gyarados is walking towards somebody as Pactifriton look to push this into the home pad.
And it's beautifully done as well. This Reggie Lecky, the 6th player on their team, somehow making headways here and able to push them back. But again, the rings that bound gives them so much pressure to pull their entire team bot here and potentially grab another pet for themselves, while one person is actually defending this Reggie Lecky here. Look at the tremendous overwhelming force they have at bot here, and there's not really much you can do. One by one, KOs are being picked up here, and there it is. Last one remaining, Crustle. Slowly but surely getting picked off. Without Rubber Rouser here, it would have been an easy KO and a very fast one indeed.
Pactifriton are getting control of this game at the moment. Still a basement Reggie that they can look to go for here. Absol with a great effort with the Midnight Slash isn't going to be enough because the Hooper Portal sends them back for healing, and they're blocked off by the Snorlax. Uses the Sucker Punch to get around that and manages to rush away. Dono's looking to see if they can find them. Those Sucker Punch is going to be hit again. Dragon Breath gets them so weak here. Blissey has to provide the shield. Gyarados does find them, and the rip on the Reggie Steel is uncontested here. Pactifriton are going to lock this in.
Wow, it looks like this is gonna be a rough one, but like, as more I look at it here, first of all, level 15 on Dodrio is basically more or less guaranteed here. They picked themselves up here, the whole team is pushing level 13. This is the fastest I've seen any game go out. In fact, they look so postured and ready for the Groudon that's about to spawn.
Oh, baby, 45 seconds before that Groudon is
it's
on
our first
the
hoorah.
field. It's the first hoorah, Nitera, and I wouldn't like to have shared it with anyone better than yourself.
No, you would love to share it with someone else as well. We have to get the Nitarical combo here.
I gotta share it with everyone that we can.
Oh,
but
7.
Again, Regielekki in the top side for a 3rd time in this game, but he maybe...
Let's go!
It's gotta be where it spawns, is where it'll always spawn in that game, right?
I don't know. Someone will give us the, thing here. I think it's completely random here. But let's count out together. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year! Wrong season. Let's get into it. Groudon's up in the field here. Regielekki on top side, giving a lot of pressure, and we have the teams kind of just waiting for opportunity to come in here with Dodrio, the backlines, Roborazzo's investor, just to keep himself a little bit more healthier than usual. Solar be investing, but not hitting.
Oh, buddy, where there's a Groudon, the game is on as DJ looks to go on in there with the Livid Outrage. Looks like it's going to be hut down, and yes, they do. Snorlax manages to take them out. Verbs Esports currently on the back foot. 464 points here for Pactifriton. Not able to break through the Gyarados as we say goodbye to the Crustle. About to say goodbye to Venusaur and the entirety of Verbs Esports as Pactifriton don't even need Groudon, and they find the ace.
Wait, no! Hit the Groudon! We came here for this! Hit the Groudon! That was the whole point of the tournament! You can't just do this! Kado, can they do this?
I mean, apparently so, mate. We don't have any choice in the matter. Maybe we should get on those game comms. Everybody, Groudon now. That's why we're here.
Oh,
there we go.
It is.
Oh, it was off screen. They managed to find it, though, with a great rip on the Groudon. Let's see if anybody manages to take the shields away by finding a KO. I don't think Verbs Esports have the levels for it, Nightera.
Ooh, I mean, it's pretty self-spoken, right? Like, I can see the numbers, you can see the numbers. Heck, there's a giant red aura underneath. I don't know if I really want to contest that.
That's valid. That is valid. They get a 1,000 island dressing in the first game here on the side of Pack Defritten against Verbs Esports, who are fresh off a win from EUL, by the way, this past week. So they were feeling confident coming into this. Pack Defritten had their number just after that mid-game.
But that being said, this is looking quite interesting here. I mean, they're able to score 1,000 points is one thing, but what I mean is that across the board, we are seeing teams kind of push levels a lot faster now. In fact, this game hasn't had a lot of trades early on, and both teams were able to farm enough. And you can see how they still ended up with most teams being across the board almost an average 13.
Does Groudon not look amazing in this game, though, mate?
Yeah, it looks like a beast.
It looks so good, so cool in that central area. Looks even bigger than Rayquaza did.
Yeah, it looks like if Rayquaza had, you know, stopped his diet a little, bulked up a little, there we have it. You know, maybe shed his skin out to be a little red.
Has been to the gym, but here Pack Defritten are going to lock in the first game. I believe that means pack of fries in French, if I'm looking correctly. Oh, I've just seen chat. Yeah, it's pack the fries is the team name in French.
Interesting roundabout way of calling yourself fries, but I don't think that bad.
Everybody loves fries.
Makes me hungry.
Well, they were hungry. They were hungry for those scores. I mean, we've got over 1,194 points here for Pack the Fries versus the 150 for Verbs Esports. And you called it, Nightera. They got a lot of experience from that early game very quickly. Level 9's just under that 7-minute mark. And then it was just Pack Defritten's game from then on.
Right. And as you can see from the scoreboard here, the giant lead was from that one last fight here. But across the board, 177, they were hovering there. But each Reggie kind of pushed them out a little bit more. And so you can see how impactful the Reggies are. Considering now that everyone's getting so much levels, they have access to all of their moves now. You need that little bit of edge, that little bit of pressure somewhere. And, you know, this is one thing that makes Reggie Lecky a little bit more potent in the game now.
I mean, the thing is, right, we've just been trying to work out what's been going on with these new rotations and things like that. Current theory right now from our observer on the cams is that we think where it walked, or like the Regidrago, when it was secured is where the Lecky will spawn. So
right.
That Regidrago was, of course, secured in that top side, which is where the Regilecky spawned. And apparently, once it is spawned there for the first time, it's going to continue to spawn there for the rest of the game.
Alright, we are 1 for 1 on that theory, so let's see if that continues to happen. But of course, you know, 3 Regileckies. Whew, nothing has changed.
Nothing has changed at all, buddy. And I gotta say, exciting. I think the way that early game shaped up, I'm intrigued to see how the rest of these games go, because it's kind of made it even more important in that early game. As we saw, it's very easy to get levels ahead, and we know what Pokemon Unite is like, Niter. If you get 2-3 levels ahead, that is where you start to snowball a game.
Now, Tano, hear me out here. I know it's technically the same map, and so this could be a thing, but do you think if we go far enough to the top of the map, do you think we can still see Rayquaza flying by?
I bet, mate. I mean, we're on Fire Sky Ruins. We have to.
Hold on. Oh, it's not in. Oh, Prince Shibab, you say it's not.
Wow. Okay. Fair dude. I love how Shivam went to check that. So Rayquaza has actually gone.
Why was that the first thing you did? I know no one can hear you except us, but like just for context, Shivam checked that first over everything else. Like the Matus, nah, you know, Rayquaza in the background, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, come on, it's important, bro. We need to know where Rayquaza's gone, and unfortunately, they are proper gone. So that's a shame.
Oh, that's a shame. You think we'll see shiny Groudon at some point?
Oh, we've got to do right. We
had shiny Rayquaza.
Yeah, exactly. They've kind of got themselves in a position where they have to bring it. Although we never got shiny Zapdos.
Is it shiny? Yeah, no, I'll check it out just before I say anything.
You're gonna try and have a look what the shiny Zapdos looks like.
It looks the same. It really doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. I don't think you want to check it out. It's just...
Oh, it's like shiny Gengar. Sad noises.
No, but shiny Mega Gengar looks cool, and that's the...
It does.
We believe it's the next one, you know?
It's got to be. Although I'm still a massive believer in wanting a Mega Sableye in this game, just because of the drama it would cause.
Tado, you are sadistic to say the least. I absolutely love the idea you have there, and as to why you think that's a great idea. I just don't think I can stand next to you for that.
Well, we get another look at these bands here, buddy, and again, another double band, but it is going to be Laddie Red, Ho-Ho, Zacian, as well as the Suicune and Trevenant band out of this game.
So far, the first pickup that we've seen that's been doing fairly well with the new changes is that Venusaur has gotten that buff. We've seen Venusaur make some very strong work out of it. In fact, having more bulk means he's able to stay in the field longer here, taking more hits to go down, and having time to actually blast that laser. So that's a pretty good start here. We are going to see a return of Mewtwo X here. I'm not sure what the buff was on him, but hey, you know what? This genetic Keck is going to show he's the genetic apex of this arena.
So, question, and I still kind of want confirmation on it. So, obviously, these new, the new Mewtwo X and Mewtwo Y are going to be holding that held item of the Mega Stone. But can you run normal Mewtwo anymore, or is that just not a thing?
Oh, that's a good question. No, but like that was built in, right?
So is it still?
No. Okay, I remember. Sorry, I remember how this works because there was a note saying that in the future you would buy licenses for the Megas as well on top of the license you have.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what I was thinking. That's what I was remembering. Separate licenses for these Megas. So it's not currently a separate license yet.
No, it is a separate license already.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
you've got Mewtwo Y and Mewtwo X here.
Hold on. Alright. Right.
Oh.
Yeah. So currently the only Mewtwo's that exist in the game are Mewtwo X and Mewtwo Y, which has a base form of Mewtwo. But moving forward, any other Megas have their base forms already in the game will remain base forms, and then you have to purchase a license for the Megas. Which is really disgusting.
It is, but it's so interesting because that means that the Megas don't have to necessarily be the same role as the basic form. So Lucario, Mega Lucario, doesn't have to be an all-rounder.
Are we lying to ourselves? Are we lying to ourselves on that?
Surely not. It's a new license.
Are we lying to ourselves that Lucario will not be an all-rounder even in Mega?
I mean, nothing would make me happier than seeing a little... I saw somebody mention it, actually. An attacker, Mega Lucario. I would love that, buddy. I think that would be so cool.
You know?
Oh, the moves. Okay.
Yeah, but also, that being said, we have to talk about the moves. You are right. Most of the moves are locked in now for Megas, if I'm not wrong. I think this could be subjected to change in the future with new Megas coming out here, but with Lucario as a first example from what we've seen, Power Up Punch and Close Combat are the default moves here, which, to be fair, are very strong moves even in the other games with Lucario. So it wouldn't be a stretch to say that Charizard will follow suit here with Fire Punch and Flare Blitz, considering that X is usually the physical attack stat, and so it might follow suit there.
Exciting! I can't wait, buddy. These are the most exciting changes we've had to Pokemon in Unite so far. That was game 1. This is game 2. Verbs Esports are now taking the purple side of things, while Pack to Fritlin are going to take this orange side.
Right, and as they started off here, a good chunk of damage already laying onto them here. They're not going to be walking away scot-free here, and this is going to be it. Seapon coming in, takes a little bit more damage here, and a nice reasoning to finish it off here. Hey, cuts like butter.
Ooh, Dodo's getting pretty weak up here, and they do get KO'd as the Glossifer manages to find that one, and Verbs Esports begin to take control of the top lane until here comes Mimikyu.
And nice pickup here. Mimikyu coming in. Vic trying to find its mark, but it's just not going to get enough time or, you know, the distance to really clean it up. But is able to go down for the 9 minutes here to see if he can make a pickup. And he does see a Mewtwo Y who's not able to Mega yet. Might want to actually punish him right now here. Starting it off here, trying to make a pickup, but the Snorlax comes in and saves the day here. Superhero of the month.
Great effort from Verbs Esports to lock into that. Does open up this bottom pad, though, for the rest of Pack Different to find their own experience. So Verbs, they're coming up into this top lane, Nitero. They want to capitalize on breaking these pads here and catch up on that score lead.
And that's something we should also note because the pads are now a different value. The top ones are 70 for the first tier 1, and so it makes it a little bit easier to break it, but I believe going down there, that's 90 for the next one.
It is. T2 in the top side is 90. T1 in the bottom side is 80. T2 in the bottom side is 120 points.
Yeah, that's a major jump. But as we go take a look into it, Mewtwo X coming in, trying to take some damage, shows the ball and gets denied by the Elder Gods. Soaking it up with its cotton balls here. We are going to see Reggie Drago come into play. We have no idea where the Drago is walking to, and so we have no idea whether our theory is right. Thank you so much. You guys are absolutely insanely fast on that pickup there.
Verbs Esports way too quick on the rotation, bro. Reggie Drago can't go anywhere, but back to the Pokemon Center while Pack Different looks to push onto this T1 pad and extend their point lead, seeing if they could get this in. But a fly comes from the Talonflame, doesn't find the KO as they get bounced away.
And it's a great start for them too, as we take a look here. Alright, let's take some bets right now. Tano, what do you think Reggie Lucky spawning?
I'm going to go bottom here just because we've seen it top for the entirety.
Alright, and I'm going to stick to top because I don't like change. Moving on, we are going to see a nice pickup on the side here. Fly picking up for 3, pushing it back. It is 3 versus 2 situation here. The Shadow Seed comes in here and a nice pickup on the sword. Following forward here, they are going to try and take a defensive measure here to try and stop this Mimikyu, but not enough space, not enough control. It looks like they're going to be going down one more member for the Elder Gods.
Ooh, okay, so still Pack Different giving themselves an even bigger lead. And Reggie Lecky is in the bottom lane. I am a soothsayer as Reggie Steel is getting ripped here by Mimikyu.
Prophet Tano has spoken here. I cannot say anything else. We are going to see the pickup onto the Reggie Lecky. He's going to force his way through, but not to worry here. The bird is on the way. Nice pickup here on the side, and there it is. Reggie Lecky is on the side of Verbs Esports, who's now traveling down to the lane. As we do see a pickup here, Verdanger picks it up for 1, but it's going to go down to the Elder Gods with a Solar Beam. Following that, the Snorlax is going to go down to the Egg Slash here, cutting it down to size, play with Beyond Lucario, and we are going to see them finishing off the Mewtwo first, followed by the Talonflame.
Interesting that the Regieleki in the bottom lane takes a much different approach to the goal. It was just like going on, like bouncing around the side there, buddy. And Pack Different, they didn't even realize that they needed to defend that. That's how you have to adjust to this new map so far.
I don't even think they needed to defend it, to be fair. I mean, they did really well to push them back. I love seeing how they were able to do it. Look at the map control that they have right here. They're so into the enemy side of things. I don't really feel like they had to defend.
No, that's a valid point. They were pushing them onto their own side, so finding the KOs is the ultimate way to defend a goal, right? So, great effort by Pack Different. They've currently got 10 levels on, well, level 11 now with that Venusaur showing face, but Talonflame is going to look for these quick KOs onto that backline ranged attacker.
They're going to need to find a nice pickup from here, bro, because it's going to be a little bit tough. They are pushing it once again at 4, and we do see Talonflame running away. Something that they need to kind of respond as a team together, and their team is just always not together. Nice safeguard here to stop the knockup, but it's not going to be enough here as you do pick out onto Mewtwo. A drop on the 27 here, but it's not enough as their team is slowly being dropped like flies here. Snorlax down for 1, play with me onto Lucario here. Aura Cannon invested, but not enough to dish damage here. Shadow Claw going in, not enough again. Again, the Brave Burner is coming in, flying in with a fly to knock out this plant, tripping it down to size here. The egg is next and followed by this genetic cat. Fly playing down, not hitting it as smart, but finishing out his team is going to be the side of Verb Esports here, going in for a beautiful score. And this is a nice cleanup for them moving forward.
I think I prefer the old way that it used to say a free KO streak. It just doesn't seem as exciting with these recent changes, buddy. But yes, that is a triple KO coming out from Talonflame. Regieleki has spawned back in the bottom lane to confirm what we already thought. The beam comes through here, looking for the secure is the Venusaur, so is the Fly, but it's Eldegoss out of all Pokemon that takes the Regieleki for Verbs Esports as they look for the KOs as well.
Yes, in the midst of all the changes, we want some normalcy in our lives here, and we do see this is how it's going to end out here. In the center, though, we are going to see a pickup into a new set of birds. We'll be popping out just a bit, but Reggie Lucky still needs to be defended here. No one is actually in the central area here, and this Reggie Drago, I believe, is going downwards.
Gonna grab the central area is Pack Diffriton, and we've got 2 minutes until this Groudon spawns on in. Nobody has gone for the top side Reggie, getting a rip onto the Reggie Drago here. So interesting, people are used to going to that bottom lane and not doing much with the top lane, that they've left that buff up, ready to be taken.
Now you think about it, it's just really not much of a change here. You know, Unite players, we tend to want to like going for the Reggie Lucky for the longest time. You know, has that really changed? I don't see it, you know, and just to keep it, you know, a little bit consistent with all the changes we have, let's keep some normalcy in our lives here. You can do it!
You can do it, but you can't check out your own player, that's for sure, buddy. As we get these beams continuing to come through from Venusaur. And they're just looking for fights here, buddy. They're just looking for these engagements. And the difficulty is they don't have enough to deal with that Venusaur. As the beam comes through again, looking for the KO. Eldegoss does not have enough healing to deal with those beams.
And another thing is that because of Shadow's thing, he's able to pass by so much. This Mimikyu is able to jump into the back lines and punish them so readily because, you know, the Snorlax is just so up front. And there it is. The Snorlax gets picked off just like that. All because they were able to, number one, capitalize the Solar Beam, number two, go into the back lines of Mimikyu.
Are we going to end up at a game 3? Or is Pack Diffriton going to lock in this game? They've given themselves the lead here. We are going to have another Regieleki coming into this bottom side, but T2s are still up, so it's not a win condition yet. Verbs Esports are just grabbing all the experience they can on their side of the field.
Mind you, I do believe it's looking in favor of Pack Diffriton here in terms of the levels, considering Verbs have been winning a lot of the fights, right? So it could be a change that we have not seen in terms of the Reggies, but I do believe that so far they have been kind of keeping their numbers in check, they have been controlling the map, and so it's very obvious that they should be the one with the level advantage here. And the damage is definitely going in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, you called it. They're not able to handle this Mimikyu Venusaur sort of pair up, buddy. Mimikyu dives in close, gets a lot of damage on, and the beam does the same. Good effort powering that onto the Bone Rush, knowing that's where Lucario was going to go. Aura Cannon comes through, but they get cut down by the sword anyway, whilst Mimikyu has gone hunting for the rest of Verbs Esports. The rip on the Groudon is here. They're trying to see if they can take it before anyone from Verbs Esports can get close enough, buddy. Infinite Cyber and Kodokawa Clash isn't going to do it. Pack Diffriton lock in the Groudon.
And there it is. Pack Diffriton is going to be running it straight down, but here's the one nice change that we have about Groudon. If you can take a takedown onto them here, you remove their buff and you take it for yourself. So it's not over till it's over. Right now, they have one staying grace here, and that's if they can actually make the pickup onto them. But it's looking really rough here. This Mewtwo running it down, slamming his fist into everyone here. This Snorlax is not of the area he's standing on anymore. And there it is, going in for another one here. The 5 goes in, slams it down. The points are being invested here. There's no way they can stop this here. And now the bundle burgers are dropping in. 800s are now in the lead here, closing 900.
Yeah, and Verbs Esports getting aced means that this is going to be game over. Pack Diffriton are going to be taking this with a 2-0 victory. And I did check chat. Apparently that's German, not French, bro. So apologies from me.
I was so gullible. I believed you all the way. I didn't even think about it. That's on me, I guess.
Bro. Anyway, what we do see here is that they have locked in this game. They're going to continue to fat it on out. And that was our first set, Night Terror, on this new map. Give me your thoughts, bro.
Flip Groudon.
I like it. I love it.
I love it. If Groudon feels a lot meatier, he feels a lot bulkier. I mean, he was shred really fast. And that could just be a level thing, but I don't know, there's something different when you hit Groudon than hitting Rayquaza, right? Like, it's thin snake dragon, over like beefy, bulky Groudon. You know, there's something about it.
No, I agree. I think what it is for me is that you can see how getting that objective isn't the end of the game anymore, like Rayquaza was. You get Rayquaza, you run to the goals, you score the Hundo Burgers. It's so difficult to stop that. But Verbs Esports had a great effort there. If it wasn't for the level differences and the fact that Vic was always in their face while that Venusaur was beaming them, I honestly feel like they could have bounced back from that just with how Groudon was set up.
Yeah, I think this is just kind of a little bit of a rough situation for them, especially since, like I said, Ghatlue has a lot of map control across the board. Not really any way to go in is Verb Esports here, right? So Verb has two ways to do this. In fact, I think the team calls are quite similar. It's just that they're kind of like different kits what they do. Where BBQ can go in because of Shadow Sneak, Talonflame can go in because of Fly, but one is conditional and the other one is I have to go and I have to commit. So yeah, and that's kind of the problem I see here overall. That being said, though, we are having a little bit of an interesting thing here. There is an incorrect theory. Tano, do you want to bring us in on that?
Yeah, I mean, look, the theory that we had was that the Regieleki will spawn where in the lane that the Regidrago was secured in. And we were thinking that theory is incorrect because, of course, then the rip was so quick that we didn't see it go anywhere. But I was thinking that maybe it was designated a direction as soon as it came in. And, that would have been to the bottom lane, maybe. And they just ripped it so quick and took that objective, but it was still designated to walk that way by the game, in behind the scenes and all that kind of stuff. That's where it ended up spawning. So basically what that means is we need more data.
Oh, hold on. I thought that was the original theory. I thought that was correct. Yeah, no, but you are right. I still believe that the theory still holds true. That, yes, he is designated to walk bot, and thus that's where the Regieleki spawns. We will have to see a little bit more conclusive data here. Or in fact, we will even have to see if the Regidrago walks to the same direction every single time, and then we'll know.
Yeah, because I haven't seen it walk anywhere but top yet. I mean, it didn't have chance to go in that game, so...
it did walk bot. It did.
Once. Did it start walking?
Oh, it walked the second time.
Okay, because it didn't look like it even had a chance then. But okay, so it was designated to the bottom lane. Interesting. Finding out more and more here, buddy. What I will say, though, is Regidrago's looks pretty cool in this game. But, of course, we need to head to a break anyway. We need to get this next set ready for it to go. So we're going to take a quick break, chat. Grab yourself a drink. Grab yourself a snack. We will be back with you very shortly. Alright, we're back. Night Terror. Tell me about this map, bro.
Man, it has the same feels as an old flame. You know, once brought me a good chunk of EXP. Trainers who would steal my farm with no EXP share, take the 4 bundle bees, and then leave me at level 2.
Yeah.
Really an old flame. Beautiful map. Still happens though. Don't worry about it. Still happens. Just with a lot more things for them to steal. It's a beautiful map.
A lot more things for them to steal. I like how much there is crammed into these first 3 minutes. That's what I'm enjoying the most. It is a lot. I mean, I've got a picture up here of like all the different timings and stuff and things that spawn in, and it's just ridiculous, mate.
It is so much on the map that I personally don't know like what the idea was, other than, you know, this map has been a little boring. To spice it up, we're just gonna add a lot. And I kind of feel like that was the idea here, and yeah, you can say it worked out.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, right, these changes, they're all very exciting. We haven't had as much changes to Pokemon Unite as this in forever. So, great, brilliant. We're finally getting, you know, a lot of changes to something, but I feel like it's just not far enough yet, in my opinion. I think, and I will be a strong believer of this, there should have been a new map. They should have moved this to a new map, but fair enough, they've done a lot of changes. They've crammed it in with more experience. They've changed some of the bushes, like 5 bushes or something ridiculous, and Groudon is now here. They've changed that effect. They've edited things so that it's not as much if you get Rayquaza, you win the game anymore. Fantastic. But as we've just been discussing, some of these megas that are coming in were very exciting, but now it seems to be a little bit dull. Mega Lucario has the same moveset as normal Lucario, Power Up Punch Close Combat. I don't know, buddy.
I don't really feel like there's much of a need for a entire license fight. In fact, I think it's a lot worse that you're making players pay for an entire new license for that. Because again, especially for new players, if I want to play my favorite mon, not only is it gonna be new, but now you're gonna ask me to pay for 2 licenses on top of that. Okay, maybe 1 license. You know, we won't know until it comes out. But even then, that just feels so expensive, and like you're locking me out to like 2 Pokemon. Like I could be playing Scizor at the same time. I could just pay for Scizor and play Scyther at the same time. You know, 2 for 1.
Yeah, no, I'm with you 100%, buddy. I mean, let's hope that those things change, but they're in the future. What we've got now is this Groudon on the map, and I gotta say, it looks amazing. I love the way Groudon looks on this game, and I love the way that they've changed the shielding. I've just been having a nosy at Twitter, and from what Chris Hero says, it doesn't have unstoppable scoring, which again adds to the fact that it's not if you get this objective, you win the game.
So it's gonna be interesting to see how this pans out. It still requires you to go as a team to go and score, because remember, with every player on the pad, you score just a little bit faster. So it's gonna be interesting to see how players gonna work around this. Is it gonna be a spread out to score kind of situation, split their forces, or you know, all in that one goal? And again, from the games we've been seeing, pads are often broken really fast, considering some are lesser points needed now, and some, even if they're more, are still being able to be broken because of the snowball momentum.
Yeah, I like those changes to the pads. I mean, 120 in the T2 in the bottom lane is so interesting. That's a lot of points on the goal. What it means is that 1 Hundo Burger doesn't break it anymore, and that's crazy, because not only can you get massive overcap capability there, 2 Hundo Burgers, that's 80 points overcapping. That's pretty decent. But of course, previously you could get like 95 or something like that. So it's quite interesting, Naito, that they've decided to do that.
Yeah, I'm going to be excited to see how this kind of changes kind of works into the game. In fact, it feels very much like, almost like we're back to Season 1. Where, I mean, yes, Season 1 Zapdos is just press and go, but it feels a lot more like I'm referring to like the Buddy Bear situation, where you want to be grouped out as a team and really kind of unite together. Really the namesake of the game. And I'm hoping to see if we can make something like that happen again. And maybe a miracle of a story.
I mean, it does have the level of excitement that having Rayquaza brought onto the game first had, so that is what I'm very much enjoying. I mean, it's year 4 now as we go on into the second set here. It's VFC versus the winners of that previous set, Pack Diffriton.
And we're gonna get ready to rumble here. Let's take a look into how this pans out. We're gonna see the bans are very solidly into Dodrio, you know, 4 for 5. Oof, Latios is going to be locked in here. We are going to see a Mewtwo Y on the side here. Maybe a Zard, Zoroark, Suicune, and of course, Leafeon. Now, I think it's very assured that Speedsters here are somehow thriving really well here, but it remains to be seen. Klaus, going to be first pick. Are we going to see a Blaziken?
It wouldn't surprise me, you know, some Blastoise action, something like that. Probably going to pick for the rest of the team here instead. We do finally have 6 separate bans in this set, buddy. Previously, we had a lot of copies.
A lot of copies. You're right on that. You're right on that. Let's take a look into what else they can really go with that. They are going to lock into the Snorlax, going in for the other side here. Hoopa and Venus. I feel a sense of deja vu, Tano.
Yeah. I mean, bro, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I mean, they were very comfortable on that Venusaur and were uncontested for both games, so why wouldn't you?
That is very true. You know, I cannot fault them for that. Moving in though, we are going to see Scizor being picked up here. Very likely Scyther. And of course, the Eldegoss.
Yeah, so Narami's going to throw on the Elder Goss, not having access to the Hooper that they're so comfortable on, but they're comfortable on any support player here. Toast locking in what I suspect will be a Scyther, because of course it is Toast.
Oh, because he's Toast. There we go. Alright, so we're gonna see the final few pickups here. We are gonna see a return of the potential Buzzwole. Oh, we did not hover over that. Claus is hovering on... Magical, are you here? Oh, never mind. Buzzwole pickup here. We are going to see Inteleon, who has been buffed recently as well, come into the fray. Very scary to see. Zero Edge makes a return here, and that's all she wrote. This is all we have here for today. Let's see how this pans out.
I do like this comp from both teams. Dodo with a great pickup on the Cerulege there is going to be really important for trying to lock in Zante and even going for Toast, to be honest. So I like this. I think it's great as a response. This is going to be an exciting game, buddy. The thing is, it does confirm to me a little bit more that Toast is probably not going to be going for that brawling on the side of the Scissor against Vic.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there, and I want to see how this one pans out for them. It's going to be a little bit rough, especially since potentially, again, this could also be either a Scyther or a Scissor, right? And like in either cases, I mean, against this comp, it's going to run away scot-free, dishing out high damage with just using the dual wing beat, or runs into bullet punch and then just dances around them. I would like to see either versions of this be played out and how it's going to be taken to its extreme. But it is safe to say here that as we're being locked in, we'll get our answers soon enough.
So when Mega Lucario drops, are you going to throw in a random Mega Lucario into your background? Because I can see that Lucario on that side there, buddy. I can see it sneaking in.
No, that was just there because like the entire thing has like everything, right? And that Lucario just happened to be there. I was like, oh, I'm not going to fix that. There was supposed to be one for Magical as well. Forgot to fix it up. We'll figure it out at some point.
You gotta have both on, buddy. But here we go. We're going into this first game of the second set. VFC versus Pack Defritten. Let's see who comes out on top of this one.
Right, and now turning us up on its head here, we are going to see Scyther get into the fray to the central area. Rouge, or now Chocolate, flying in, trying to pick himself up in level 5 as well.
No, did realize in the previous set that the Rouge was running Armor Cannon, buddy. They moved away from the Fire Spin and tried that one out, and it was decent. But I think Fire Spin's probably still going to be the better move.
Right, completely forgot about that. But as they go about it away here, let's just see how this pans out here. Zero Edge Runner is going to be a big playmaker, hopefully, into this fight. But first one, Glossifer going down the count here, and Buzzwole finally meeting his maker, Plant.
Ooh, Hollow World trying to see if they can get them with the freeze, but here comes the dual wing beat from Toast. They make the wise decision to vacate right away from those scissors.
Nicely done here. Another fight ensues, and they are unfortunately not going to be able to pick this up here, giving them the access to the Sobble evolution. Now he's going to be able to walk his way up for one more. The Drizzle waiting for opportunity to go into the Inteleon.
I mean,
9 minutes, by the way.
I was going to say, it's 850s now, and it's still 0-0 on the board as they look for this experience. Ivysaur now on the field. Hollow World is finally going to fall, and VFC have some scores going on in, although a great effort from this Ivysaur to disrupt it.
Well, you got what you wanted. Exactly as you said that, we got a fight coming into it here. What I was trying to mention was that the birds in the center was not being picked up here. But as we go about it, it looks like we have the Reggie Drago spawning in 20 seconds here. Buffs are all being locked up and ready to go here, but it looks like they're going to be taking quite a beating. And in terms of the map favor, I think VFC actually has a little bit more control of this.
Yeah, 10 seconds till Reggie Drago is here. Let's see. Let's get our scientific lab coats on and see if it does start rotating a certain direction and whether that is where it spawns. So it's not a chance to walk just yet, so we're not quite sure. It's going down to the bottom path. Keep an eye on that one, buddy, as it is secured by Pack Defritten.
And there we go. First pickup, Hoopa coming in here. Piloswine looking very low. The pickup onto the snipe shot there, and that is for 2. Nice clean one, and finishing off here, Bite really bites the dust on that one.
That they do. 84 points, 85 points, another 30 to rain on in, continuing to get all the stacks they could possibly want on the side of Toast. VFC have control of this early game.
Right, and I think kind of shows you how this can really play out here. Now, Scyther not traditionally a speedster here, but you can see how he levels so fast. Someone might consider him one. And he's able to do so well of this level that he picked up here. Already level 8 here, he's potentially pushing the 9 in like one more rotation. And this is going to be crazy for them. But as you see, Zero Edge picks up from level 9 here. We are going to be seeing the Biddler's Red coming in soon.
So, Reggie Drago started walking in the bottom lane. That's where it was secured, and Regieleki has spawned in the bottom lane. We might be onto something here as Buzzwole manages to find the Pillow Swine. There's the execute coming through. Green Illusion Dive goes through as well. Night Terror as they try to clean up the rest of Pack Defritted. The rip on the Regieleki continues, and it will be secured.
And that's a nicely done from them indeed here. Hoopa trying to make some headways with his team, supporting them as best he can, but no one is there to really help him out here. Nice pickup for the Super Swole Slam, finishing it off here. Zero Edge being chased away by this annoying bug here, who's got slammed down by the side of a Baltoy.
And they're just going to take the rest of this experience. VFC have full control of this game so far. It's more the power of Toast that is so difficult for them to deal with. They do nearly find Zante, but they get away with 1 HP and a Dream, while VFC cleans up the rest of Pat Defridden in that lane.
Right, and this is going to be a little bit interesting to say the least. And again, we are going to talk about that in just a bit, but as you can see here, the Livid Outrage is being popped in, trying to dish the damage here, and Buzzwole unable to really make some headways, but as able to be safe, puked by the one and only the tried and true Snorlax here, but coming in, diving in for the back. We are going to see them pop it off. Azure Sniper, the blue Azure Sniper coming in here as they take some headways onto the Hoopa as well as Piloswine here. And again, it's a Piloswine, not even a Mamoswine. Revenant Red coming in here, Flame Charge to pop it off, but not enough to clean it up here. The Green Lucha died to finish it off onto this lone grown green dinosaur.
That was so important from Narami to pop that Colin Cloud crash there to save the damage coming in, and that Revenant Rend wasn't able to do enough, unfortunately. So still at the donut store currently is Pack Defritted as they look to grab this experience and see if they can take this next team fight.
Right. Now, I would also note that you were right so far with the theory. We are 3-on-3. Reggie Drago won bot. We saw Regieleki at the bot as well. So that's a very interesting thing to point out here. If it goes true for the remainder of today, I think it's safe to say we've cracked the code.
That is what we're here to do, buddy. It's all about this scientific experiment, never mind players competing. But that's what they're doing right now as Snorlax wants to go up against Vic. Gek puts them to sleep and goes on the retreat as we have 15 seconds before this Regidrago comes back in.
And already when Reggie spawns, we're going to be seeing quite an intense lane. But a miss Snore there, but with a teamer on the Buzzwole, I think this Dragon's taken a little bit too much here. You know, it went from Garbite into Gibble, Garbite, Garchomp. I think it's a lot more chomp than, you know, fuck.
Very true, but it looked like Regidrago was walking bottom there, so I think where it is, so where it does begin to walk is where it always will for the rest of the game, at least to start with. Looking here though, Mammoth Mash coming on through, trying to see if they can limit what Get can do as their Spy Vision connects, but a Livid Outrage in the face is going to cut them down. Colin Cloud Crash doesn't find the healing they were looking for just yet. Revenant Rend is going to come on back through. Pack Defritted, putting the pressure on here, have found the KOs from VFC, and now they can finally score some points. Or not.
Nice pick out the Snorlax. Green Illusion dive, finishing off to the Venusaur. Turns it around here, trying to make some headways. Garchomp going down as well. Finishing it up here. The Snorlax is going to come in to help with the fray here, but not enough. Mamoswine coming it down. With the Ice Fang holding it back. And he somehow managed to turn this fight around. 2 swords flinging in with 2 tusks.
Oh, how Hollow World comes out on top of that one, and they still, though, haven't managed to score any points on the field yet, buddy. We've got a minute before Groudon is on Faya Sky Ruins, and they are still scoreless on the side of Pack Defritted.
And again, we are seeing this dominance that's coming in from one of the teams here. But this time it's not Pack Defritted. They might have the levels. They might be scaling back into VFC here. But VFC is ahead by 283 points. Punishing them as and when they have the chance here. Again, you see this Garchomp all alone. Very likely it's bound to be punished if he's going to stay all by himself again.
Ooh, okay, free Reggie here for VFC again. I don't know what the approach is here for Pactifridden. They're looking for a KO on the Snorlax, maybe trying to score in that T1 pad. The Inteleon's getting ready to cut them off. Can they get the 46 in? They need something coming into these final 2 minutes.
Right, and so this is going to be it. 15 seconds. We're going to Groudon. We're going to see how they posture themselves up here. So far, this is the one game that we don't see everyone close to 13 or even at 13 at all. And it's going to be a little bit interesting to see how this picks up. But look at the snipe shots. 2 for 2 so far here. The damage 3 for 3. And everyone is kind of looking low.
Yeah, and that's it. The snipe shot takes half of your health, but they're going to go for the rip here. Rings
so
will let
fast.
loose. The Zerspy Vision's going to come on through. That is a very quick
Anger.
rip. Verdant Anger is there as well, but no! It's that finds it. All of a sudden, and they rip down and take this game.
They took the game alright, and someone's completely question my end. I don't know what I'm seeing. As they go about it, you can definitely hear 100 being scored here, and I'm guaranteeing you now the score line is still looking by a lot of numbers to 0.
But they destroyed the server that we were watching this game on. We can't see anything anymore. It's all gone. But I think EFC have won the game.
And that was a beautiful, well-timed pickup here. Love how they started to rip here, going in with Super Edge to make it work. And even now, the game still revels in its glory. Honestly, Groudon has made some headways.
And we continue with the theory. It seems to be where the Regidrago is secured is the lane where the Regieleki spawns. We'll continue with that. We are currently 3 out of 3 on that theory.
Oof. And this is gonna be how the cookie crumbles. I mean, we got our theory back on. We saw how immense the levels are getting. In fact, I think Unite might just be super high paced now because of how fast you need to be getting everything. And so, in fact, maybe the fastest mods are the mods that can clear, that have good area clear, right? It might be something that we look into here. And if that is going to be how the meta shifts, it's going to be a little bit rough.
Bro, I love how Shaban was like, VFC is a team of random players. It's pretty much just My Feet Klaus. That's what we have. It's
oh my god, you're right. It is My Feet Klaus.
I love it. And they were cooking, bro. That was a shutout against Pactifridden, who had managed to win against Verbs Esports comfortably in that second game.
Oof. And definitely, you love to see how this one... Oh, Shiva meant the VFC name is random, but you know, could be either way.
Fair dues, fair dues.
Nah, it's fine. You know what? We get to bully our producer every once in a while.
Fair dues. I mean, hey.
Love you, Shiva.
Of course we do. This wouldn't be possible without the incredible effort that is Shivan. By the way, go find the tweet on Twitter, retweet it. Pokemon Unite need to pick up Shivan. But anyway, yes. So Pactifridden unfortunately weren't able to squeeze in anything out of that one night error. So
not at all.
This next game, what do you do? Because I don't even know if you can target anything on the side of VFC, because it seems like every part of their game was cooking.
You type in the chat, GG, I was the Groudon.
Yeah.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Groudon was there for like 2 seconds, bro. It was a cameo.
That was me. That was me. Right. What I really think that needs to happen here as they move into the next game is really reevaluate a lot of the pick they have. In fact, one of the picks I think that might be a track pick moving forward in Unite, especially with how much EXP is flowing in the map, might actually be EVs, right? Because EV spikes at a certain level, and from that point, it's kind of like, okay, I have like 2 real spikes here, which is getting all my plus moves and evolving, right? So not only am I weak early on if I'm not leveling, and so maybe Leafeon is the only pick I can pick up since I'm going central, but if I do want to play in a comp, I kind of need to be wary that there are so many other Pokemon now that can go into lane, do better than me early, and, you know, make something work from there. For example, Gible now is so much better because he's just leveling faster, which makes sense. We have level 7 evolutions that now make sense, right? The starters, for example. And so this is something that we need to take a very close eye on. Let's take a look whether they can really capitalize off the flow of experience here. And, you know, something maybe I would like to suggest, play Absol in lane. Insane, but I think there might be a precedent for it now.
I 100% agree with you, Willie. I think Absol, especially in the top lane, is going to be very strong as we see our bans here. So Lally Blue, Dodrio, Slowbro, Zorak, Suicune, and Scissor Cypher taken out of this game.
This is a very strong lineup. Technically, we've lost 3 speedsters in the fray here. Scyther going down. We have Zorak, we have Dodrio, Latias, no brainers pick, Slowbro, questionable, Suicune, how could you go wrong? We're gonna see the same pickups likely here. Aries gonna pick up onto Hoopa. We will see Usawa probably swap up here and pick up the Venusaur. No, we are gonna see the Mamoswine.
I love that. I think, yes, whilst they did have difficulty getting to Mamoswine in the previous game, they were still really pivotal at trying to defend some of those pads and get those KOs utilizing that Ice Fang. So I still like this pickup, but VFC are going to answer with Zante locking in the Venusaur and Narami sticking with that Eldegoss.
And they're going to continue to follow up on this here. We are going to see if they can pick themselves up for something to go in the backline again. It was very detrimental when we had Mimikyu. Maybe we'll see a return to that. Vic hovering onto the Mimikyu here. We are going to see the king of all-rounders. And I was absolutely lied to. We are going to see Leafeon back on the free.
We'll see you as locking in the Leafeon. The early game is back on here. Night Terror's Toast looks to entertain the Absol pick as well. He knows how much I love Absol. I would be very happy to see this matchup.
And that's the thing though. Do we want to see Absol in lane or do we want to see Venusaur in lane? That is something I am going to entertain myself with.
Throw Absol in the lane, and Klaus has locked in the Metagross. I'm with Magical. I love Metagross. I think it's a brilliant pick in Pokemon Unite, and I love how much it wants to brawl with these all-rounders on a one-on-one setting.
Right. First of all, Gyro Ball sucks. Pick Meteor Mesh. Best move ever. Looks cool. Feels good. Hits hard. Alright. Now, moving on from that conversation though, I think it's going to be interesting to see because now with Baswo in the lane as well, Absol might actually just want to stay back into the central area. Just saying.
Nah, run it back, bro. I believe in Toast.
Run
Get
it
in
back.
That lane. Go up against Dodo. I believe in you, bro.
What a champ. What a champ. This is how I lose my LP.
Hey, I feel like...
I kid, Tano. I kid. I know you would never lose my LP.
Never, bro. Never. I'd never do that to you. VFC, though, are looking to do it to Pac de Fritten. They were comfortable in that game. Pac de Fritten didn't even manage to score a single point.
Right, and so it's gonna be interesting to see how they can, organize themselves for this next fight here, especially since now they have a lot more movement options in terms of having Hoopa, and we're gonna take a quick look as to how that will pan out once we hit the 9-minute mark, especially because that's about when most people will have all of their moves unlocked, or at least their core moves unlocked. Hoopa being the rings that teleport.
I was thinking when I first saw all these. I think I was watching Relic's YouTube video, and the first thing I thought, this is going to Leafeon even more busted. So I'm very excited to see Leafeon coming into this game, Night Era, because that's the thing that I keep out early changes.
Right, and we will see how this is moving into this. We are going to see the thing happens to the central, like we called it. We are going to see Eevee go into the central. Something that isn't too unbeknownst to us.
That's true. Vic in the top lane, though, so much more experience to hit that level 5 first, and it's going to be Dodo taking the bottom lane with the Buzzwole. Hollow World here again on the swing up, and the difficulty is it's just oppression from the get-go. VFC, all they can do is retreat.
And they gotta just continue to take this onslaught like nobody's business. I mean, what can they possibly do in this scenario here? But you do see this Eevee turn Leafeon coming into the lane here, and we're gonna see some major amount of damage come in here. Picks up for the first one. 3, 2, 1, not enough. Absol comes in to return the favor here. The countdown was there. I already had this in mind. Absol was just so fast on the trigger here and was able to clean up for 2.
A true speedster battle will be ensued here on Fire Sky Ruins. It was intriguing that Usiwa went into the bottom lane rather than trying to see what they can take from that top pad, because Toast was there, they came, they took all of those KOs, and even the central farm.
They came, they conquered, and they survived. No, something like that. As they do see here, those Snorlax didn't really survive that one, but almost the entire team is on the top side here, and it's able to capitalize onto breaking that goal. Buzzwole taking himself up for 3 stacks as well total.
Still managing to score points though, RVFC, but again, a massive improvement on the previous game from Patrick Fritten here. They've managed to take the lead on the side of the points. They do have a level lead on the side of the Buzzwole for their team, but that Absol still a massive threat here, Nitera.
And you've got to be fair to them. They have definitely been playing a lot better this round, and they were making decisions that really kind of just give them a slight edge across the board, and it's showing. It's really showing.
All right, Scientific Hat back on, chat. Let's see where
Hold
this Regidrago goes. Let it walk. Let it walk. Let it go somewhere, bro. Let it move. Snorlax, move. Get moving. Okay, so they are ripping Pack Fritten here, but the Regidrago is going to start walking to the bottom lane. Let's see if that's where it's secured.
Our prayers have been answered, dear Lord. Thank goodness. By Arceus, thank you. Gyroball coming in here. They're going to take this very long extended fight. Buzzwole make it out here again. The busted Pokemon in the entire game in terms of healing. And there it is. Sustainable all the same.
Okay, so Regidrago taken in the bottom path. That's where it was secured. Is that where Regieleki is going to spawn? I'm going to put my bet on that.
Let us be wrong so that we can, like, you know, figure out a new theory. This stream's gotta be interesting. We gotta make something happen on it.
Bro, we're 3 for 3 here. This is gonna be 4 for 4 as Pat Fritten look to grab some experience, breaking that pad there with a decent over cap. They are taking the point lead well over VFC here.
Right, and so as you go about this here, we are gonna see bottom pad.
Oh!
Let's go! Let's go! I called it.
You did, mate, and that does break our theory, I believe, because now Regieleki has spawned in the top path. New theory isn't needed. What isn't needed is a Pokemon Center heal onto the side of Eldegoss as they find the KO onto Buzzwole. Toast continues to find more as they rip through Pack Fritten, Pack of Fries. More like Pack of Lies as they go back to that Pokemon Center. Emerald two-step coming through looking for Toast, but doesn't go anywhere but back to Nurse Joy.
Yes, Emerald two-step back to the base. And there it is. They continue back for 20 points up top here. It's a sad moment for everyone in production, as we do have to say aside to the theory.
Sag, big Sag, buddy. We're going to have to come up with a new theory. We'll wait for our incredible observer to do that because they're very smart and we aren't. So we'll continue to scream down a mic.
You know, it could also just be it's random. You know,
it could.
We accept that it could just, you know, sometimes in life we just need to accept that things aren't always calculated. That's a thing. That's a thing.
Bro, it could be random, but that's not how Pokemon Unite players, casters, production like to see things. There has to be a reason as the Come Play With Me goes on to the side of Toast. Doesn't find the KO, though eventually does. A double for Mimikyu. Does end up falling there against the Snorlax, but Mamoswine looking to trample them back to the Pokemon Center. Metagross is going to come on in. Shadow Ball is there, and there's the Swole Slam from Dodo. VSC finding some good KOs here, Nitera.
Oof. Definitely a great chunk of that coming in here. Pack Fritten trying to make some headways going in for this here. I'm not really liking the situation as a whole though. They are moving into the 30 seconds mark in terms of the Reggie spawning again. So we're going to see if they can make some headways from that. Point lead now, Pack Fritten has the advantage into the 206 to 104. But they want to continue to push this advantage here. Or do they really get a bit more EXP considering they're a bit low on that?
Well, I mean, they're concentrating on this Regieleki in the top side. Reggie bottom is going to go to VFC uncontested so far, but is it going to be a Reggie steal? Yes, it is. A huge buff that they can take for this next team fight.
Right, and so continuing this entire fight here, we are going to see the first pickup. Buzzwole picking out the Regieleki, bottom side, Venusaur going into the Registeel here, and now we're going to continue this onslaught. Again, a very good call to pick up the Regieleki here, even though it kind of costed them a little bit of EXP. There is going to be another Regidrago spawning here. I don't know if that Regieleki is going to buy them 20 seconds.
No, I don't know. I feel like, yeah, they've managed to rip it off, so 10 seconds, and the Regidrago is going to be back. We're going to continue with that fight in the bottom lane, let them break it on out as Metagross is going to come on into the central area here. Klaus trying to get that one off, shut down by the Ice Fangs though, but the Midnight Slash is going to connect, and Toast finds another 2 KOs.
And Dodo fights a 50. Never mind, I had to speak.
Good stop by Narami yet again against the Dodo 50. They're going to utilize that Swole Slam. Rings are let loose as they try and rip the Regidrago here.
Ooh, Tano, do you see that in the middle of the map? They have the entire team. VFC is not prepared for this. Pack the Fritten breaking their way into this. Having the portals lock themselves in. They're trying to find some headways to join this team. Corner Crash being invested here. Blade V as well. Emerald 2-step. And they're pushing in for the fight here. Absol going for one here. Turns around the corner. Venusaur going down for one as well. And you see the Mammoth Mash coming in for another one. And finishing it off, the Elder Goss.
I love how Toast is like, I'll take everybody but the Mammoth one. I ain't going near that, bro. Let it do its thing as they get away. Looking to get the 50. A massive block from Gek allows that point to score.
And here we are back at it again. Hellward is just going to be sitting back in the fray here as Klaus slowly fights his way around him, missing the Zen headbutt, unfortunately. Heavy Slam though does lock him in place here, and he's back into a precarious situation of being hit non-stop. There it is. Elder Goss finishing off with a nice booster auto.
Try to dive over the wall, unable to do so, and now VFC are locking in for this bottom Reggie. Reggie steal is all that they want as Pacti Fritten have to back on up, look to grab their own farm, trying to see if they can score in that T2 in the top lane, Night Terror, but VFC had spotted it.
And there it is. That's the first pickup. We have a low 50 Absol coming into the fray here. Computer Crash going in for it. Picking out to the buzz wall. Not the best time to Computer Crash. I feel you are going into the Groudon fight.
Trying to go for the Regieleki here as well. They're going to get both objectives with 12 seconds until Groudon is on the field. This is greedy, and I love the greed.
Oh, and they're going to delay just a little bit. No, they just decide to go for it. Great call here. This is going to be a strong 100 drop if they do make it.
Groudon is on the field, and where there is a Groudon, the game is on. We're under the 2-minute mark here, buddy. That Regieleki does go into that T2, but they don't want to push it just yet. They are currently behind, but there's 7 points between these two teams.
Oh, that's the nice 100 I was talking about here, but picked up onto the boss wall. They're going to try to take a fight here. Thankfully, missing the Shadow Sling. He might have a chance to run away. Klaus looking in a very good position here. Gyro Ball picking himself out here. And no, the Zap hit, but misses. There's no target for him. He hits, he tries, and there's nothing. But the real fight's like Groudon here. The hyperspace hole coming in here to try and get everyone back into the fray here. Emerald 2-stack comes in here. Corner Crash to try to save his team here. Giving a little bit of healing. Drops it down here, but not enough. We do see the Verdant Angle. Picks it up for one here. Two on the side. Finishing off. Mammoth Mash coming in here. Ice Fang dropping them out, but not enough. It looks like he's stuck here with the Hell Bustle, trying to make some headways, but not enough. Midlight Slash finishing it up here, and there is the fight going into Groudon with 4 players to their name. VFC is looking to pick this one up for themselves.
Absolutely incredible Groudon fight from VFC. Zante with some important beams coming out of that Venusaur, buddy, and they lock in game 2 so far. We've got 40 seconds left. Of course, it's not as easy to score these Hundosburgers as it previously was.
Oof, and that was a really taxing moment for them here. They were trying to make some headways on that one, and unfortunately, Pacti Fritten just kind of let the ball slip there. And here we are, back into the fray here. VFC all ahead on Big Klaus again, getting a little greedy in terms of the fight here, but still somehow managed to make it work here with the Gyro Ball. And unfortunately, it looks like his time is numbered.
Oh, Gek trying to... Oh, if they just stayed in the bush, they'd have been fine. Gek is now going to pull the attention of the rest of the team, though, as Pacti Fritten look to push the T2, but there's not enough time on the field, Night Terror, and VFC are going to take this set with a 2-0 victory.
Wait, did they get 100 as well? Was there enough time for them to get 100?
It looked like it. They did have the shield, to be fair. It's whether they'd managed to rip it off the side of Gek.
Can we see the replay of that? Oh, that'd be interesting.
I mean, 155 points scored there. Looks like Gek managed to get it in, buddy.
Oof. That is nasty. There was no way they were letting them come back from this one. Also, I would like to note that Dodo is on the other side of the team, you know?
Yeah,
Klaus is like a replacement. Yeah, that's like Klaus and friends, and then there's like the Komai Esports pickups.
It's like a gang rivalry, buddy. You've got Dodo with his gang over there, and Komai versus Klaus. But it is going to be Komai versus Komai Feet Klaus that come out on top.
Can we call this a Komai win in general? I mean, they're all here. It's a Komai win in general. They definitely made a huge play there. Look at the final 100 at the end there. It actually happened. Oh, Lord.
Yeah, brilliant. I mean, did see, though, right? As soon as they were so about pushing those pads and scoring those 100 burgers, they definitely Rayquaza, where you get that objective and you dash to those goal zones to score as quickly as you can, and I love that.
Discipline. It's something that we like to continue seeing in terms of like pros teams as they come out and play. Something that they need to also observe, right? Sometimes that Natus at 9 minutes not very worth it if you're gonna go into a fight that you can't win, right? So it also kind of forces you to know your team composition a lot more. And Tano, that's not something I really know how to do. And so I don't think I'll be a pro anytime soon. But these teams, they know what they're doing. I think they can, like, you know, analyze the situation as best they can and figure it out.
Bro, that's why I'm on the mic. I ain't got the capability. I ain't got the facilities to be a player, big man. I'm gonna go on the mic and scream down it instead. That's my plan.
Hey, you know what? I'm right there with you. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, 100% we will, buddy. And of course, we broke our theory there. Unfortunately, it didn't work, which
You're welcome.
It makes me think that it is more random. It is a sort of random event, which, you know, how do you prepare for a random event?
Shout outs to our observer, Bina. I got you. Theory broken. No worries. As we go back into it here, let's take a quick breather moving into this here. Tano, how are you feeling about that? So far, we've seen 2 full matches going into this here, and with Groudon in the fray now, how are we feeling about the changes with Reggie, Drago, and whatnot?
I love it. I think the Reggie Drago stuff is quite interesting. I think we're going to need to see a bit more about that. Can't quite make out any patterns, if there is any, just yet. And I actually am beginning to believe that there isn't. But the Groudon changes are massive, in my opinion, Nightera. I much prefer it to Rayquaza. I like that you still get some strong buffs and it still makes your team stronger, but you can't just instantly go for those goals and try and score anymore. And it probably means that breaking those T1s or having your own T1 goals broken before Groudon comes up is probably even more important now, because you don't want that easy scoring that can go on.
Now, I want to put something in perspective for you in that case, because I think most Unite moves takes about 2 minutes to, get a full charge, right? One of the respawn times in general when it comes to Reggie Drago is actually at the 4-minute mark. And so that's a fight that now has some more urgency for you to press the button. You know, where ties in Unite with Thea, Skyruins, Rayquaza, it was not really something you fight for, except for the basement Reggies and the Regieleki. Now there's a little bit more going on because it takes so long for the basement Reggies, or now the Eider Reggies, to spawn. I think it's a great time to say that, hey, if you want to invest things here, this is the time. And so maybe that's something you can do about that. But let's take a real quick time here. So we'll be moving into a short break here, Tano. Any words you want to give us before we send it off there?
No, I believe we're going to be switching out casters as well. So this is going to be the last that we see you, buddy. So thank you for casting with me on this one, mate. It's been a blast to have the first sight of Groudon alongside you, mate.
I'd love to be here. We hope to see if we get the Nitatical combo here next time. But in that case, I will be going off and will be bringing in Fu for the next round of casting. But in that case, we'll see you guys here at Unity Clash.
Bro, they thought they got rid of you, but we pulled you straight back into this game,
They
bro.
got me back. They got me back for one more.
One more game. That is the mantra of all us gamers, and it's going to be my own fans versus Anomaly. I can't wait to see how this one shakes up, mate.
Alright, you've got your vote locked in. I have my vote locked in. I would like to see the Anomaly of this match beat out your fans. That's all I'm saying.
My fans are too strong, bro. They're too strong, and they're going to
They
show
are.
you how it's done.
They are, and that's absolutely why we need an Anomaly to beat it. So we're gonna see how this card pans out for the entire match of today. Now we're gonna see an early bad phase, and I saw a Gengar be hovering over just interesting. Let's see if your fans know you best.
Let's see. They're going to ban out Slowbro and a Alolan Raichu on the side of Anomaly. What's the final ban going to be? Ooh, Jose's going for the Zera Aura. Over on my own fan side, Trevenant, Angel Slash, and the Buzzwole currently. Yeah.
Good bets across the board. Good bets across the board. I don't think there is a single bad ban here. Because there's like some level of like, you know, understanding as to why it's annoying. Your fans do know you, I guess.
Revenge is like, yeah, okay, I'm gonna hover over this Gengar. Let's see whether we can bait them into thinking we're gonna take it, but instead, Firigo is gonna take the Snorlax.
Hold on, Revenge is still on the board here, so it could still be taken. It could still be taken. We'll see.
Durare looks like they want to lock in the Mama Swine. Durare is well renowned for being one of the best Trevenants here in the EU region, but they have a nasty Mama Swine to boot.
I love how every game we have seen a Mamoswine at least once, and that is insane.
So true.
It is an interesting thing. Like, is there a buff, a patch I'm not seeing here?
I mean, it wasn't touched in the recent patch, but I think those Ice Fangs have shown it to be so important. And I think, you know, the Swinub and Pillow-Swine is actually really good for lanes.
Right. I mean, why I could never be competitive, right? Icicle. What's that? Icicle Shards. Icicle Spear. Icicle.
What, you mean the Fangs?
No, I want the other one.
No, the Icicle Crash.
Icicle Crash. There we go. Your fans know me best. Your fans know me best. Thank you so much, Spartan fans. You're welcome to change your name at any time.
They're dating me here, bro. They're like, yeah, we know you like Gengar. We're going to throw in the Lucario because we know you're against Night Terror in this one.
Wait, now I have to... Oh, man. Now I have to vote for Spartan.
Who are you going to root for now, bro?
Darn, what a dilemma. Wait, this is so... Oh, this is not as easy as I thought. Oof.
Oh, Yu's going to lock in the Armorage here as well. Will they go for Armor Cannon or Fire Spin as Leo picks up the Metagross for Anomaly?
Darn you, Spartan fans. You are as cunning as they come. Darn you. Let's take a look at the comps though. Kind of favoring the Anomaly gang a little bit more actually. It's a lot more rounded. Can't go wrong with a lot of the picks here, especially since we see buffs to a good chunk of them, and some of them are just meta mainstays.
I mean, Jose is such a great central laner right now. They have been doing so well with Anomaly. So I feel like that Leafeon, this is where we're going to truly see the power of how early you can get those power spikes and how well you can dominate on that Pokemon Night Terror.
Right, and we're going to be taking a quick look into how that is going to come around and play out, because at the end of the day it really comes down to the last 2 minutes, or at least for now we have a little bit of an extension of that with Reggie Dragon review here. It's gonna be a little bit more EXP to flow around the map here, so let's see how that pans out. Question is, can this Leafeon pick up faster? And of course our dear old dad on the other side, it's gonna take a long time for them to level up here because they don't exactly have a lot of fast flowing EXP here, but they have generally had a stat. So comes down to whether this Charcadet can level faster than the Leafeon, but I think it's pretty thin.
Yeah, I think trying to level faster than a Leafeon in the early game is nearly impossible, but we won't say it's impossible just yet as they take the field here. No surprises with who goes where. Bottom lane is going to be Snorlax Charcadet versus the Swinub and the Bulbasaur as they go straight for the KO onto you here. Has to use the eject button to get back to their T1.
Right, and already giving it so much damage, they're dishing in here and almost making it out. The Swinub unfortunately goes back in for another round to tussle with the muscle.
Not enough thick fat to protect themselves there, but he looks to dance through here as well. Jose gets a lot of chunk going off their HP bar.
And they're going to go into the 9 minutes here onto the Natus, and we're going to see if they can make something work from there. Timmy, returning a favor here, does see a lone Chansey all by himself here, wants to take the fight to the Chansey. Nice pick up here, and there it is.
This is going to be uncontested for Anomaly, but again, not a huge amount of experience from that. So I think you're absolutely right, Naito. Unless you are there uncontested, I don't think you want to go for those.
Right, and going into it here, we are going to see another fight ensue here. This time, maybe a chance to take a revenge onto the Snorlax to take out the Swinub. But hey, at least you got some stacks in here. I think we're all both very happy with the amount of stacks you're getting from that. Now, we're going to see Ivysaur come online here. Slash Bomb being dropped to see if he can stall a little bit of time against the Armrouge here, but no level 5 access into the Swinub. Going in for another score here, not enough. Astonish picking it up here for 3, and they're going to stop themselves out a little bit more. Doublade slowly pushing up to level 6.
Reggie Drago is about to come on in. It is Armor Cannon on the side of you, and they obliterated that Swinub, but so has Leafeon onto the side of this Aegis Slash. Jose's pretty weak here. They'll look for a slap from the Blissey, but they do find the KO with the Razor Leaf. 8 minutes spawning on in. Anomaly are the only ones that have showed for this Reggie Drago.
And Reggie is working bot side here. As we can see, it's going to be in favor of the side of Anomaly, considering everyone else is on top for Starton's fans. As they do see here, the pickup is going to go into Anomaly's Leafeon, pushing forward there. Hyperspace Hold being dropped here. They do pick up onto the Snorlax here, and no one's going to take the hold. They just want to press their advantage right now.
Ooh, Yu's going to stay back behind this pad, throw down those armor cannons as they try and hook them up here with the sword as well. There goes the wide guard, dashing back on in with the sacred sword. Portals are going to get back the healing to Jose as they come on in with the Emerald two-step. They do get cut out of it though, thanks to the shielding, but it takes so much to take down Aegis Slash, and they find the Leafeon in their path anyway. Anomaly are on the back foot down here.
And it's a beautiful play coming in from them. They're able to control the map just like that and give themselves a little bit more space to work with here. Now, moving into that, no, we are moving to the 7-minute mark. Both teams have kind of equalized themselves onto the playing field here. Not too many hard hitters on each side, but not saying they're too frail to actually take a brawl. So we're going to see how that pans out here. But it looks like they're all going to opt to go up top-wise here to get the Reggie Rock here. In fact, a snowball lead going in there, and they're going to break the goal pad.
I think teams are going to have to consider banning the Leafeon even more now, but it does feel like it gets even more control of Fate Sky Ruins at the moment. But the Reggie Rock Rip is here as Anomaly look to take it, a dive in on the side of Aegis Slash. There's the coup de grace, and that's going to lock in that Reggie Rock for Spartan fans, but they have to back up on the retreat, buddy, because Anomaly have all the shields and the damage to take them down.
They're going to try and make this one work here, but on the bottom side, we are going to see a pickup on from the Armrouge. They have the Reggie Lackey here, and there's going to be a 40-point drop just like that. Now on the other side, though, we are seeing quite a bit of a problem. Like you said, they are completely being squashed back and forth. The assault is relentless. They're not letting it go, and Spartan's fans definitely giving them a run for their money.
Now they're going to be able to overcap that as well. Do they want to break it, though, is the question, because you doesn't need more stacks on the side of that, but they might want to buy themselves a little bit of space. As we said, when Groudon comes in, you're going to want those T1s gone, because it's even harder to score those instant goals now.
Right, and so as they go about it here, nice slam here, the block is going to push them back. Computer Crash coming in here, walling out Timmy. Look at it, as we do see Slush Ball coming in, the laser is out, trying to make some headways here. It's not really much going on as they're still on the pad. They've got the free healing. First pick up onto the Mamoswine here, Armor Cannon comes in, hits onto the Metagross here, and the block locks him in place. Nice pick up here, the Side Sword Beam and the Verdant Anger to pop them off here. Hyperspace hold to lock them in, and there it is. A second one to Ink Slash here, and Timmy going down for the count here. The Lucario has been felt. Left on with the supports and the tank. What can he possibly do in this situation?
Oh, Fyrigo has been trying to distract this Venusaur as much as they can. Jose is going to get 45 points in here, uncontested, leaving it on 5 points. As Spartan fans, they want to show face in the top side. They want to go for this top Reggie that's about to spawn on in and look for some quick KOs.
Oof. And they're gonna continue to make this onslaught happen on and on and on here. The block's coming in. This Mamoswine is kind of stuck and he's lost as to where to go here. The Baby Slag comes in, picks him up here. He's able to back away here, but with the help of, again, the Rings Unbound, he's gonna bring his entire team to see if he can take a response back to them here. 4 minutes on the clock here. We are gonna see a lot more happen on the map. Nice pick up there on the side here. Mamoswine down for the count here as the F and entire slug just blocking them from doing anything here. Sylveon coming in, sorry, Leafeon coming in here, and he's just gonna be walled off just like that. The sword fells the Leaf.
That was Kiwi and Revenge in that top lane, dominating that pad against Anomaly, buddy. A perfect Bliss assistance coming through from Kiwi, keeping Revenge up on the sword, allowing them to cut down Anomaly as they tried to defend that. Now Yu is going to lock in this Regieleki uncontested. They've managed to grab the Reggie Rock as well. Spartan fans are looking for both objectives here, as well as the KOs to boot. Diving on in is Revenge. Verdant Anger going to come back. Kiwi having to provide that healing. Compute and Crush comes out though, and Anomaly have found the KOs they're looking for in this top lane.
Ooh, and then for the bottom side here, we did see a pick out of the Emerald 2-step, but not enough to really finish anything off. Going into the fight here, and they're going to carry on. Solar Beam pitching up for Snorlax here. Power Nap going in, and you're going to see they can take a fight. Push out for it here. They have another heavy step to lock them out in place here. The Gyro Ball not finishing off just enough, but this Mamoswine as well, joining his friends back in the Pokemon Center.
Listen, I'm trying to not be biased, buddy, but Spartan fans currently have the lead of this game. Now, there is still the threat of that Venusaur and Leafeon on the side of Anomaly. They've hit those higher levels coming into Groudon in about a minute's time. But Spartan fans, I believe in them here. They've got the capability of winning this.
No, I like an underdog story. Anomaly's got something in their pockets, I believe. You know, they're gonna try to see if they can make some headways onto the Snorlax first and see if they can make something happen here. No headways, unfortunately. They're gonna play safe back away as a team. But let's look at the ultimate economy here. Unite moves online for them. They have 3 on the side of Spartan fans here. 3 on the side, now 4 with the Mamoswine being online on Anomaly. So, to be fair, it looks like they have a better chance if they want to take a really strong fight here. If they just invest everything, great chance for them. First fight coming in here, the Slam's not making any headways. They are going to take some damage, but not too much that they can't brush it off. 20 seconds on the clock here. We are going to see Groudon come in just a bit.
Ooh, Timmy's not aware that Leafeon is up in that top side. Jose's looking to see if they can go score themselves a tasty 84 dunker as soon as this 2-minute mark is broken. Spartan fans looking to go for the bottom side here and go for the approach. Will Aegislash get there in time? Yes, they do! Jose, no way to you, buddy!
Oh, Emerald 2-step, they try to take this fight here. Aegislash still looking very strong. I think he's just going to let the score happen. They're going to take a fight because it's time to lock on for Groudon. As they go in for it here, it is going to start this little bit of a charade, a bit of back and forth here. We're not going to see any fight happen just yet. I think both teams are waiting for everyone to gather around.
Well, as we know, as we always say, Night Terror, when there's a Groudon, it is game on as Spartan fans look to push on in here against Anomaly. The Psycho Boom doesn't connect with anyone just yet. You was expecting Mamoswine to continue going into that bush, but they back on up anyway. So that's a Unite move not used, but the Armor Cannon does obliterate the HP pull from Anomaly as they've got the advantage now. Coming back in from that Hooper portal, though, no, they jump into the mid here. They do pick up Slowbro, Snorlax even. They're going to take that power nap, buddy. Compute and Crush doesn't do enough just yet, and that's a Hundo Burger going in.
And they're going to continue to make this headway here. It looks like we have Spartan fans in the lead once again. Again, the numbers are in their favor all across the board here. Numbers advantage, level advantage, point advantage here. 50 seconds on the clock. If they want to make a play here, looks like now Anomaly has to make some headways to make something happen now. Rings Unbound locked in here, waiting for something to happen. They have the team back together again. Anomaly's going to start ripping it here, and it's looking really low. They got to make some headways here. E-Speed coming in for the back here to try and pick someone off here. This Aura Cannon comes in here, not picking out to the Groudon. But at the end, the Leafeon comes back in favor, and it looks like they're going to be bearing down. Anomaly has a chance to turn this around here. 251 here. They need another 100 to turn this one back solidly in their favor.
That they do. That 40 is going to go on in, so that's an 80 dunk now. 10 points between these two teams. This is absolutely ridiculous. But Spartan fans, they're not going to make it to the T2. Unfortunately, Buddy Jose's not going to score that either. So it looks like with a 10-point difference, Anomaly are going to sneak this first game win.
I never doubted you. The underdog story was with us. Spartan fans, I'm sorry. It's time to give your man what he wants. The Gengar might have been the right pick there.
Bro, that was such a good game as well. What a fantastic effort from both teams. I very much enjoyed that, and I think Leafeon is a Pokemon that these teams have to consider to take out of Faya Sky Ruins.
And I gotta give it to them. It's gonna be a really tough one moving forward here. They had a really strong fight across the board. Spartan fans, I mean, you were glazing them. You were like, Spartan fans, they've got this, they got this. Look at how ahead they were. And I mean, I gotta give it to you. You were right with that. But they did lock on for Groudon.
That they did. I like that. I mean, it's Spartan fans, bro. I've got to cheer for them. They're my own fans. I'm their fan. They're all incredible players. I'm going to cheer for them all day long.
And we're going to have a tournament one day where it's just all the casters' names and you just slot yourself into groups.
Yeah.
That'd be interesting. That'd be interesting. Look at the numbers, though. Look at the numbers. We are seeing 3-2-1, and only the very end, this minus spike there for 10 points. Looking really solid across the board here from that drop, but otherwise, looks like this one's a solid team fight across the board here. They played it out very well. Very disciplined for both sides.
What I am seeing, though, from this is that when people do manage to take that objective and push through the goals, there's not a lot of time left in these games, Night Terror. As soon as they push those goals, I mean, there was literally seconds left, so it's quite interesting that that's how this is shaking up to be at the moment. But we do need to head off to a break now because we are going to say goodbye to the incredible Night Terror.
Oh, thank you so much. But we're not going to say goodbye to the incredible Spartano just yet. And so we're going to be swapping myself out again with Fu. And we're going to try this once again. I think it should work. So, Uni Clash, stay tuned for a lot more of this Groudon action as we swap myself out for Fu. And Tano will still be here to give you more of that action together with him.
Alrighty, guys, we're back, and I have an incredible Fu with me here. How you feeling today, buddy?
Just woke up, Tano, but I'm ready to go. This is the first event that I get to watch some competitive Groudon gameplay. So I think all the regions are testing it now, and I'm very, very keen to see how it goes. I note that Spartan Fans is in this set. So you're definitely very happy, aren't you?
That they are, buddy. They lost by 10 points in that game, and it was electric. What I will say, mate, is that whilst these teams are adjusting to this new sort of map, it has been great games that we've been seeing. One was a 0 shutout. Like, they didn't manage to score a single point while the other team got like 1,200 points, bro. It's been insane.
Yeah, I think the new changes actually make the game much more refreshing, I think, and there's lots to do now instead of just having a mid game that is quite barren, and you know, sometimes you feel like there might be a little bit more things that you might want to fight, but you don't want to like give up too much experience. But now there's a ton of experience on the map, Tano, and always, you know, if you look on the map, there's either the Reggie Drago coming out, the Natus, or some random Reggie variant on top and bottom. So I'm keen to see how these teams want to play it, right? Is it a snowbally kind of play? Is it score comp? Is that back? Or is it just more like, let's stick back to basic and pray for Rayquaza? Let's see what happens.
Yeah, 100%. There is a lot to do in those first 3 minutes of this game now, buddy. It's a bit crazy, and it has enabled teams to really power spike quite early. We've been seeing plenty of Unite moves at that 7-minute mark. We've been seeing, you know, stage 3 level Pokemon on the field before that 7-minute mark, just to the power of Reggie Drago. So it's a lot of global experience they're getting from that, and I love the changes that we're seeing on this map.
Yeah, that's absolutely right as well. And I think all the players at the moment are also getting used to new timers, especially in both paths. I can see I've got my little cheat sheet up at the moment, and you know, there is a lot in each lane, and it comes up. I think the earliest is something like 940, and that's really early for a bot path Pokemon, 2 buddies to fight for. So stacking both lanes may be viable as well. Let's just see what these teams draft though. And also 3 bans. There's so much to talk about, Tano.
Yeah, these 3 bans are interesting, mate, because you can't see what the other team is banning, and they happen instantly, all 6 of them. So you do end up banning like Pokemon twice, quite a lot. Right now, as we see, it's going to be no copy bans, but it has been happening a lot tonight. A lot of ho-ho copied, like both teams are banning it, so then you're not getting those full 6 bans.
So in that case, is it just an empty ban from one side? Is that how it works? So you only have 5 out of the 6.
Yeah, so if they both ban it, it goes on as like both teams have banned it. But if, let's say, 3 of you or 4 of you pick one Pokemon and then one of you picks another, and you only ban out actually 2 Pokemon, you don't get that 3rd ban.
Whoa, okay. Well, that's really interesting. And what is also interesting is the return of some of these Pokemon, such as Venusaur, that we haven't seen in eons. But because of the recent buffs to Solar Beam, quite a large one indeed, it has now returned for Champerus SG, picking that up for their team.
Yeah, this is the 3rd set that we've seen tonight, mate, and Venusaur has been in every single game. It is. It's June. It's proved itself to be very dominant as a ranged attacker at the moment, probably taking the lead as the most picked alongside Inteleon for the foreseeable, I expect.
Yeah, and it makes sense as well, because it used to struggle really to get to that level 7 right earlier on, but now if your team managed to grab a lot of those experience that's floating around in the middle of the map, it really can boost you. And I think this is why I think I saw a tier list yesterday. Tano, a lot of the S tier Pokemon right now are just heavy early game, like Leafeon, Dodrio. I think they just love the fact that you can just hit that level 5 earlier on. And with Pokemons that require a little bit more oomph, it's just easier as well, right? Zacian coming out from Tibby, Revenge taking that Talonflame as well. That scoring mechanism that can help you out if you are able to get Reggie Drago also definitely puts your team in the lead.
This is looking to be a great game. Jose's just dominated on the Leafeon, which is why we're seeing my fans ban it out here, buddy. Sylveon has been the rotation here for Jose. They've been very comfortable as a central laner in these tournaments they've been playing in this offseason. It looks like they're going to get a quick Evo on that Sylveon and look to really put the pressure on, especially if they can do that on the side of Tibby.
Yeah, and I do want to say though, no Suicune changes makes this one of those Pokemons that has survived, I think, the balance patch, and it's still an incredibly good Pokemon. I'm just thinking, how will Buzzwole be able to get through the Zacian, the Umbreon, and also the Suicune to get to this Venusaur? It was also picked in the middle as well, so they're fully confident, obviously, Leo, on the Buzzwole, but I don't think it's an easy mountain to climb up.
No, one thing I will say is that the Venusaurs we have seen today have been very comfortable behind the front line the team has built around them. They have not been easy to target at all. And when they do, it's just been a shotgun Verdananga with a beam that pretty much obliterates anyone that gets close to them, mate. So Venusaur's stocks have shot through the roof with these recent changes.
Which is, I think, really good. And so are other snipers as well. But seems like Venusaur is the favorite so far. We're going to get into game number 2. Spartan fans definitely looking to at least even out the field, right? Despite, so close to winning that game number 1.
Yeah, this could definitely go either way as we see the approach from both teams here. It's what we expect in these lanes, trying to see if Therigo can get the evolution to Umbreon as soon as possible. Difficult to do against Jirare's Snorlax, so they do get them weak. The passive is used on you and they have to eject back to the pad.
Oh, and they have to eject to get out of the way as well. Jiraiya runs away looking for that Citrus Berry and just shy of going down. Devastation for Spartan fans down in bottom path. But in the top, it looks like things are good because the Sylveon has now already reached that path for an ambush as well and matched with the Flacinda on the top side. I mean, there's just so much action from the get-go. We're going to be rotating to the middle now, Tano, for these Natus.
That we are, and Anomaly have done this consistently so far. We were talking, with me and Nightera, that it feels like there's not much experience with those Natus, and if you have a fight over them, it might not be worth it, because there's not a lot you get from it.
No, there's only 1 point for each of the ones that you take down. We're going to have a push now, a bit of pressure down in the top path. Yes, Revenge looks to really run away from the Mystical Fire that comes in. The Citrus Berry to give Jose sustain. And the Hooper also managed to zone them out. And that's going to be 43 on the board for Anomaly.
Really aggressive plays here from Anomaly. Great effort by Ayame to use that portal to find the KO onto Suicune. Jirare here is going to set up shop in this pad, trying to see if they can be here early enough for the Regidrago. Jose gets pretty weak. The beams from Charikin across the field, looking to go for the freeze. But right now, Anomaly are set up for this Regidrago.
They definitely are, even though Snorlax taking a big little nap. No one's really contesting it on the side of Spartan fan, except for this Suicune over there, as Shari King looks to maybe get a sneaky secure. Not going to be enough. Very close, though. Good effort, as Leo gets sent back to get some HP. And one of the scarier things about this Regidrago is look at the amount of experience now provided to Anomaly. They've got double level 7s, Tano. Spartan fans, work to do to come back into this game.
Yeah, it's like every single player on Anomaly got an extra level from that Regidrago, but it's crazy how much you get from it. It really does show itself to be an important objective. Right now, though, neither team is going to know whether Regieleki spawns or where the first Reggie either lane is going to be. Looks like they can take down Leo here, though. The portal will get them back in time. Ayame with some great moves to provide that assistance.
Yeah, that was fantastic. Ticking down now as we find out which path is going to be the prio for both teams. And that's why Hooper is now really back in the scene as well. That hyper highway, just able to port people up and down. We're going to have a quick gander at what it's going to be as these teams look to maybe dunk on topside Anomaly. Maybe looking to break early if they can. 29 overdunk, I think, if they got that 9 in. Oh, I don't think that was just in, but still a huge overdone Tano up to the top side.
Oh, Revenge looking for the KO onto Miraidon there. The Thunder does come back at them, so they have to go on the retreat. Right now, Regirock has been taken in the top pad, meaning it is a Regieleki down here. Anomaly going for the zone in Jirare up in the face of Spartan fans while the rip is coming on through from Anomaly. They can't break through the line that is this Jirare Snorlax, buddy. And the rip continues, but now Sylveon Jose using the Fairy Frolic locks down that Venusaur that was looking to take the steal.
And they are going to be successful in getting this Regieleki, and it's so jarring to see it down in the bottom path, but what's not jarring are these scores coming through right now. I mean, it's the donut shop for Spartan fans so far. They need to find a way to get some of these scores in and maybe just win a team fight, eh?
Yeah, I believe in them, bro. There's a reason they're my fans. They're going to be able to do this. They are currently 201 points behind, but we're just hitting the mid-game. They just need a little bit more experience, a little bit more confidence, and they'll be able to take this lead.
Well, experience is the name of the game here, especially on this new map. Tibby running in onto Leo there. Big Snarl onto the Buzzle as we have the Moonlight Prans to come through. They knock out Leo finally. And now Jirari also tries to get out with the heavy slam. Block comes in right on time. And the Verdant Anger unfortunately hits only pavement. They are able to take out Sylveon though on the side of Spartan fans. Not before they lose one of their own in the form of Umbreon. However, I do have to say though, that fight, not too bad to get some levels back.
I mean, bro, now we've got a level 11 Zacian on the field. Saw Doggo taking the lead in levels. And you hitting that level 9 now. Verdant Anger ready to go. Level 10 for that Talonflame as well. So definitely finding the levels that they were desperate for at that moment.
Yeah, really good fight coming out there. You can see Jirari just zoning out Spartan Plans from the middle of the map as we have a top Reggie variant coming in very, very soon. Already set up there is Anomaly. But we have an interesting fight here. Jirari wastes 3 people's time here down in the middle. Even if they don't manage to get out there, this really delayed a look on the top side. And Reggie still going to be the first Reggie to be taken down in this 4-minute mark.
Now, the advantage is on the side of Anomaly still. Still looking for some points on the side of Spartan fans, but they do find the Buzzwole. The Verdant Anger wasn't needed as Jose backs on out. And of course, they're going to have to farm that back, but Flame Sweep comes through as well. Doesn't hit anyone. The Bright Future Meteor Storm puts in a good defense for Anomaly. That Flame Sweep saved Revenge from it.
I have to say, what did the pavement do today to get all this punishment from People's Unite move hitting nothing but the ground? But we will have another look, and the action does not stop, folks, as we have a Regieleki yet again down in the bottom path. And normally, first to look at it once again, and you can see the Umbreon trying to delay this fight for the team to come in, maybe for the Talonflame to have a look at securing this, as we will unfortunately have the Moonlight Prans coming through to keep themselves sustained. Not before Regieleki hits its mark. Igia coming in from the Venusaur. The beams are ready to go. And it's going to be good enough to secure it away. And they might not be able to get out of this, but finally a turn of events for Spartan fans. And they might be able to get a good dunk down in the bottom.
I love that, buddy. They were getting bounced up as they beamed that as well. Just manages to take the head off the Lecky as it pushes now into this T1 pad, and it does rain on in. Finally, no longer having the donut store open. Spartan fans find points and, more importantly, stacks for Revenge.
Yeah, very important here. And with that Zacian scoring in, that will even out the scoreboard a little bit. 100 down is not going to be too bad. And just before the Groudon graces us on the stage, there is potentially one more Reggie on top side. And Buzzwole, first there, ready to go. And if it's going to be a Reggie steal, Tano, it's going to be devastating, I think, for Spartan fans. Oh my god, I spoke into existence.
That you did, mate. Now, they are going for the rip here. They've got 13 seconds left. Gonna need the rest of the team because it's just reset. Oh. Will they be able to rip it in time? I don't think they will. 5 seconds here. There they go. The Mystical Fires are gonna connect, but of course, they are behind the Spartan fans. But as we've always said, Fu, where there's a Groudon, the game is on.
The game is still on. I think that would be a great modification to that phrase. And I'm with you, mate. People were like, you know, did you cook? Did you not cook? I feel like you absolutely cooked a 3-course meal, but the action is now coming back. You can see how scared Venusaur is with the removal of those bushes in the middle side of the map. Both teams just dancing a little bit. Jirari getting vision for the team, but does not want to get chunked down by that Solar Beam.
Ooh, good beam does connect though. Jose has to use the Fairy Frolic, takes half of their HP, but now they've blocked them out with the Bright Future Meteor Storm connecting. They haven't found a KO with it just yet, but Verdant Anger paired with Revenge does find it on the side of Anomaly. Swole Slam is going to come on through here, but doesn't find the KO onto the Burb. The Bird is the word as Spartan fans look to clean up the rest of Anomaly here. They have called roll call, but now they're going to go for the rip onto the Groudon. Jirari being the only player here for the side of Anomaly. finally waiting for their team to back on in, using that portal. Miraidon is back, going for the rip, might not be the call. Brave Bird comes through, who's going to lock it in? It's Zacian for Spartans fans.
Spartans fans rejoice. What a fight there. The Venusaur positioning so well to get out of Jarawi's heavy slam with the eject and keeping themselves in play to fire off those beams. But the game is not over yet. 30 seconds to go. I mean, if Anomaly wants to come back from this, they need to get some KOs. No, the white flag has been raised. We're going the distance here. At least one apiece, Tano.
Oh, I knew it would happen. I knew they would lock in for me, bro, and go for it. But it is like, you do notice as soon as they grab that last objective, people are definitely more wary about going for those scores, because you don't have unstoppable scoring and your shield can be taken away from you if you get KO'd. So it's definitely more cautious of an approach onto those paths, unlike with Rayquaza where it's just make a beeline to score.
That's right. I think it's just yet again more things to think about, more rotations to really create out in the last 2 minutes rather than just quickly saying, yep, the game is over. They've gotten the Rayquaza, right? You can see the damage numbers, not too crazy, but what is crazy is this battle report. What a comeback from Spartan fans.
Bro, they got two objectives technically. They got the Lecky at the final few moments, and that was it. The comeback was on. Groudon gets taken, and they just win the game.
That's right. That's all you need to do, right? what was it again? When does Groudon?
The game is on, bro.
We need to push that. We need to make it the new thing. But yeah, fantastic fight. I mean, is it back to drawing board with different bans the next game? I feel like both teams played excellent, especially Anomaly. I think coming off a really good start, having that early game Pokemon in the form of Buzzwole and Sylveon really helped them out to really start the ball rolling. Just unfortunate that bottom fight there. Huge beam coming out from Venusaur, secure the Reggie Lecky, and that was the start, I think, of that insane comeback, right, that we saw. Obviously, the levels are good, the stacks are good, but most importantly, having some scores on the board going into Groudon is always a good sign.
Yeah, no, that it is. I think they will continue with the ban of the Leafeon. I think we've already seen you can't let that out on Fire Sky Ruins with the way it is right now. Too much experience for it to absorb. But I think the Venusaur is one of those where you kind of have to take it away from the other team. You might not want to ban it, but I think that's definitely going to be the most contested pick on Fire Sky Ruins at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. And also surprised, well, at least in the 2 games I've saw, there's not a lot of score comp that comes through. Was it in any of the other sets that you spectated today? Because I think this map is definitely more prime for score comp than what it was before that Rayquaza.
Yeah, surprisingly not. We've not really seen any score comp going on today, to be honest. You have seen the odd, we'll go score in this goal while you're all fighting over here, like you'd expect to see, but no goal getter, no score shield, nothing like that. No Pokemon that you would expect to be constantly scoring. A little bit of Dodrio, but they were fighting more than scoring, so it's definitely not been the score comp yet, mate.
Yeah, I think everyone is just having a good time, at least 5v5ing on this map. But do have to say, with the introduction of all these newer farms that come up, right, these wild Pokemon that spawn, and also the frequency of that when they spawn, I think Amulet Coin is another item to watch in the upcoming weeks. I feel like that is going to be another really great item for teams to at least experiment with, especially with scoring being a decent shout now. Before, it was a stretch. You got to be available for some of these wild Altaria, Swablu spawns, right? Knowing that exactly when they come up, maybe that's where you can get advantage of these items and get some good dunks in. But now, I think everywhere you look, there is some sort of wild Pokemon coming up. So if you're Dodrio, Leafeon, right, even Talonflame, Sableye, these are some great options that people can pick to really push on that pressure from that scoring side as well. And yes, Venusaur is great, but when you've got a whole team that's just looking to score, you only got a 1 beam every 7 seconds before you hit 13. That's not going to be enough to stop a lot of the scores. Maybe that's when the Sludge Bomb comes in. I feel like this map just has so many different things you can start experimenting with, and we might be able to see some old comps come back.
Yeah, I think we will, and I think that's why we're probably seeing a lot more of this Mamoswine, mate, because freeze the goals, stop people from being able to do those scores. There is plenty of AS energy on the map now, so you're 100% right. It's easier to break these pads, and as we've seen, that Reggie can spawn anywhere, so you can break any lane down to get that advantage of having that Reggie with nothing in the lane, making it go to the home pad before that 2-minute mark.
That's right. We're going to get into game number 3 now, though. I like how fast-tracked these bans are going to be, though, but decisions have to be made from both these sides. Leafeon getting banned out from Spartans fans. I can see Suicune, maybe a Hooper to come through. And on the side of Anomaly, definitely double Snorlax, a no Venusaur, and Blissey banned out for our 6.
Wow, he took 3 sets, but finally, Venusaur is not going to be let out. We've accepted the fact that this Pokemon is ridiculous with the way this game is right now. Alolan Raichu is going to be the first pickup for Anomaly.
Yeah, that is interesting to pick it out because Talonflame, etc. are still available to really target little attackers in their backline. Let's see what Spartans fans go for, though. Crustle comes out the board for Frygo, and Champaris SG on the Delphox, which has been improved significantly from the last patch.
Yeah, I like this. Bring on the Delphox. Let's have more of it. Just insane crowd control yet again for this Delphox. So Yu's going to pick that one up here. Yami's going to stick with the Hooper, and Jiraiya is going to lock in the Umbreon. Not having access to Snorlax or Trevenant, you're going to pick up the next best thing.
Definitely. I think also having a mobile defender running around is a good shout, especially to just peel away any attackers or speedsters away from this Raichu as well. Shuriken takes a note out of the scorebook and goes for the good old Sableye here as TB returns on the Zacian. Well, they are 4 members. I wonder what Revenge will play. Is this a Talonflame game at all? I mean, the Umbreon is kind of a nuisance, right? But you will be able to have access to that Raichu.
Yeah, I think you're not going to go wrong with Talonflame. It's just a great Pokemon. But no, Revenge for the final game of the set is going to lock in my boy. Gengar is coming to play.
Gengar definitely ready to pop some other speedsters, right? Speedster counterpart in the form of Jose on that Zeraora. If we can land some of these Dream Eaters. Do have to say, we do have Construction Worker Lucario right now with the Rocky helmet. Is that a decent item for Lucario? I haven't seen it too often, but with the recent changes, perhaps.
Yeah, I think it's one of those where you're constantly going to be fighting, buddy. So, you know, you're not going to complain with it. They have taken it off now. They've put on, we've got the Razor Claw, the weakness policy.
They heard me, mate.
And the attack way, they were like, nah, wait a minute. They'd actually just used a roulette wheel to see what they wanted to put on to begin with, mate. And now they've got a sensible build.
Yeah, this is definitely a sensible build with but with Mega Lucario coming in as well. I mean, this game has just risen to even more refreshing states, right? Also Mega Charizard as well coming through. I feel like there's a lot of great changes coming, and this tournament for sure is definitely the start of seeing what the new vision of competitive looks like, right? At least for the next season coming up very soon. Leagues. Tano, you're lucky that you're in a region where there are leagues. That's super exciting, right? I hope there is opportunities to get a good sneak peek into what that looks like as well. We're going to get into the semifinals. Game number 3 now. One apiece. Anomaly on your purple side. Spartan fans coming back on the orange.
Yeah, no surprises. It's going to be the Gengar taking the central area for Spartan fans, and it's going to be an invade from none other than this Sableye.
Sableye ready to go, cause some trouble, but experience is plentiful on the map, but Hooper's still there, just in case this little gremlin steals something away from them. We're going to pan back into the bottom path, though, folks, as we have a Fennekin Dwebble path going up against an Eevee and a Zeraora. Both or all of these 4 Pokemons require a little bit more before they have decent secure on their team.
Looks like Chari's going to go down here. They have wasted quite a bit of time. Not having Hooper in that top lane has meant that they could take some of that farm on the side of the Zacian. But having said that, Lucario had a great effort against them down here as well. Anomaly managing to keep themselves up in this early game.
Revenge coming in with a free 14 as well. None of these teams look for anything just yet in the middle side of the map as we have a early skirmish preparing for these 850 birds. All going on the side of Spartan fans, though, so really great start for them indeed.
Yeah, normally you've taken the rotation down into the bottom lane to score these points. Jose dashes through for the citrus berry, and all that they can do is dash up the flux zone to get away from Jose. They're gonna get the 14 in, as Frigo here at the moment on the Dweller looks like they're going to fall. No, they get back to the pad and run into Jose on their way.
What a good way to get out with the evolution coming in as well. Crustal fully fledged. We have Jirari right into the Dream Eater of Revenge, and this is exactly what Gengar wants. They want to be hitting that level 7 at this 8-minute mark. Just shy of it now, maybe with that wild Pokemon in the middle. They will be ready to go for this Reggie Drago coming in. Guaranteed here at this 8-minute mark as teams fight for it. Whoever gets it, let's get the score advantage. Delphox securing it for Spartans fans.
Yeah, a huge amount of experience that we see that they've got now, and the sooner they get Gengar on the field, the better. Frigo has to back on down into the pad here, grab themselves these citrus berries, because Anomaly look like they want to try and cut down onto this pad as Jose is on the way, looking to take down the Crustle. There's the discharge, 1 HP and a dream, back to the Pokemon Center.
Oh, it's so good to see Dash Fox coming back instead of Fire Spin. It's just the skill cap on this Pokemon. Able to make some great plays. But speaking of great plays, though, massive engage from Shari King. That's going to give them 2 KOs on the side of Spartan fans and a way to push onto this pad. Nice little KO as well onto that Raichu. And it's only up to Jirari now to defend any type of scores, but I think the best case scenario is the 30 does not go in, and they still have some sort of healing capacity for this basement Reggie fight.
That was an active decision as well by Frigo not to allow that 30 to go in. That's so interesting. Now they're going to put it in and break the pad. Opens up that extra area of experience, and maybe they were just trying to limit where that goes. Regieleki is in the bottom lane here. It's going to be taken by Spartan fans. That's going to push onto a T2 goal so early on as Anomaly look to push this T1.
And speaking of scoring as well, 3 members of Spartan fans ready to go to push this Regieleki in. They've got pretty deep pockets here, 37-30, and the fans with fireworks definitely fends off a lot of members, knocks out 2 of them, and that Regieleki leaves that bottom goal on a mere 6. A incredible start for Spartan fans compared to what we saw in that first game, and I love the fact that they're able to switch it up, get aggressive in the early game, and then definitely, I think, comes from the Sableye getting vision for their team.
And for the first time since these changes to Fire Sky Ruins, we now have a win condition that will show up in this game, buddy. And if they take it before the 4-minute mark, another one as well. The Plasma Gale burning through, but they do manage to find the KO onto Jose as Spartan fans go for the retreat here. Sovereign Sword had to be used to cut them down.
Yeah, very important to stay in the fight down the top side and not give away unnecessary pad breaks. 239 in the side of Spartans fans, and we have a Raichu walking up a little bit too far, ejects to get out by the Hooper portal, not able to save them. Massive X's are coming in from Frigo, and now the pressure, it mounts up in the top side for Spartan fans yet again. They have all 5 members looking for a pick. They find it in the form of Lucario Tano, and that's going to be another free pad, it seems.
Dive in here by Jose, trying to see if they can pull them through using that discharge. Not able to just yet, and it seems like Spartan fans are going to cook Anomaly in this top side. Looking to push this second T2 here as well as they continue with their lead. A dive on in, though, on the side of Lucario. There goes the close combat, looking to find some KOs. They haven't found it just yet. Only Sableye as they look to retreat on the side of Spartan fans. Difficult here at this moment, though, because, of course, they've dived back on in. Jirari with the Moonlight Prance is going to be cut down eventually. Revenge, I thought was going there, but they dash over and they don't find the KO. Anomaly sneak onto that one.
I was just going to say, level 13 Gengar at that 5-minute mark was quite incredible, but then all that experience funneled back into Raichu, a really decent fight for Anomaly, at least for the level side of things. But then here comes the level 14 Gengar, because the TP was able to get all that experience back as well. So incredible gameplay, and this is one of the benefits of this new map, right? We can see 5v5s almost every second. As soon as you're down, come back from the Pokemon Center, it's time to fight once more. We will have now a Reggie Drago down in the middle side of the map, walking upwards. Another incredible objective to fight for.
Ooh, Reggie Drago here could be a good lock-in. Great global experience. Sovereign Sword is going to be used for it. It's that important, and it does cut through it as Spartan fans look to secure their dominance on Fire Sky Ruins here, Fu. They've got 322 points to 29 at the moment.
Tibby playing out of their mind right now. He's really good to secure, but as a Zacian, you don't really want to give up too many points now as you prepare for that final fight. Phantom Fireworks, done a little bit too early, but with the eject, managed to take out Shirari before they are able to back away from it. Kind of some aerial coming out at 311 as well. This is another fight between these teams, trying to get as much experience as possible before Groudon spawns. And yet again, Spartans fans comes out on top.
This is great. I mean, imagine locking in for the third game through. That's what it's all about. When you have your best game in a set, it's game 3. That's all you could ask for. 50 seconds until Groudon is here. Tibby is going to take that and go on the retreat as a level 14 Sword Doggo on Fire Sky Ruins.
Yeah, really incredible scenes, and so is little 20 to come through as well. If they can mount up a sizable lead, Groudon fight might have a little bit less pressure and just more on the side of Anomaly. What are they going to do to come back in? There's no instant score anymore. Is it insta-rip Groudon? Is it go for a cheeky bait and then turn on the enemy? Without Reggie walking down in the bot path as well, it's just problems on problems for Anomaly.
That it is, but, when there is a Groudon, the game is on. That's all Anomaly needs to do, is get into this pit and find a way to take that final objective, but Spartan fans don't want to let them.
No, they don't. Vision getting seen, Snarl getting popped in, just try to take out the Sableye to begin with, as we have Leo running down in the center as well, kind of pinstering the team, but on the left-hand side of the map, Reggie goes down, Zeraora also falls immediately, Phantom Fireworks picks off the Hooper as well, as we have Lucario, the second last member in. Sovereign Sword is available to go. Anyone can take this Groudon. It's actually going to be, yes, it's going to be Tibby instead, with the huge sword there, and with the buffs coming in for all 4 members, and only 2 available on the side of Anomaly. You have to ask yourself, is it a good idea to go in for a score and potentially give up the buff here? Because they're in the lead by a long shot here, Tano. What's the play?
Well, this is it. This is the interesting thing about Groudon. Instead of everybody dashing to get that score into that final pad, you do risk losing your shield, and the scoring is not unstoppable. So you're not all doing that mad rush that you're used to seeing through, and that's what I find so interesting about this so far. But is it going to be anyone else? Spartan fans is going to take this one with a 2-1 victory.
Well, not yet. I think it's going to be a best of 5. Tano, so we're gonna be prepared for more
is it?
action.
Okay.
Yeah, so I mean, it's great. Spartan fan is now in the lead, but Anomaly definitely breathing a sigh of relief that it's not your normal best of 3 set. Definitely back to the drawing board for now, thinking about what comps might work a little bit better against what Spartan fans has brought out. But I do have to say though, credit where credit's due. From the battle report, you can see clearly after that 8-minute mark, it was just Spartans fans games, right? Just every single objective that were there early. Every single team fight, it seemed like, went on their side. And when you mount a lead that high, it's really hard for the other team to come back.
Nah, it really is. And I gotta say, the Gengar was impressive. Revenge. As soon as they hit that Dream Eater, but as soon as they found those couple of KOs in that lane in the early stages, it was their game. We were just living in it.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Well, we'll see what these teams bring out for the next game then, as we have potentially 2 more to go. I mean, for you, definitely, you would like them to win the 4th game here, right? To take it out into the grand final. But both these teams have such incredible players. Wonder if we switch a little bit up. I mean, 6 bans. There's a lot of variation you can have. I assume Leafeon's going to be banned yet again. What do you think about the Venusaur ban, though, this game? Do you think that if there was a Venusaur on the side of Anomaly or Spartan fans, it would have changed the outcome?
Potentially. I think it's all about... The thing is, what's most important about this game now is taking that Reggie Drago, because it gives so much experience, mate. And then obviously Groudon is still going to be that way. So having a Venusaur with the way it currently is, with a great beam, I think that's going to be a very important secure tool. So I understand banning it out. I would continue to do that unless you want to try and come up with some sort of plan to take the Pokemon.
Yeah, and I think with not all the speedsters available, especially for easy access ones like Leafeon, Venusaur does pose a decent threat, right, to any team that can't delete it straight away. We're gonna wait to see what these teams draft in a little bit, but so far though, I think it's all smiles for this map, and despite Rayquaza being just I think a few days ago we were all thinking about the end. I remember when it first came out, when everyone was still thinking about Zapdos, everyone was like, oh, it's so different, right? Change is bad. But I think, honestly, this new patch here with the new boss has made this the game so much better. I think a lot of good responses, at least from what I've heard on my end. What about the Europe region, Tano? Is it all everyone's happy with it?
I think so, mate. Yeah, 100%. I think people really enjoyed the changes. I think it's a different approach. It seems like now they've taken the approach of let's not make the final objective the most important thing in the game and the only 2 minutes that matter. So that approach, from what I'm seeing here in this region, everybody is pretty happy with.
Yeah, that's fantastic to hear. And what it's even more fantastic is 6 different bans now, with Zacian getting banned out on the side of Anomaly, as Lucario, also another Pokemon not available to be played in this game.
Gotta take the Venusaur here, haven't you? If you don't, you know it's coming against you. So I can't believe we're back to the days of seeing ranged attackers picked in this first spot that isn't Inteleon, mate. Even though Jiraiya is going to steal the Snorlax here, but it would be understandable to have it in that first spot.
Oh, I mean, exactly right. We had Raichu first pick last game, so I'm 100% on the same page as you. But what I'm not on the same page is a Gengar Venusaur to start off the draft. Tibby coming in clutch with the Buzzwole, make it make sense now as we have Shuriken. Also, no one likes this Venusaur. I mean, we're getting baited here, Taro.
I'm surprised it hasn't been picked up yet, buddy. Leaving it open for the other team to take. Is Lally Blue going to be the plan here instead? That would also be quite surprising. You've got plenty of speedsters that can still be played here. Ayami is going to lock in the Eldegoss, and Leo with the Aegislash.
Yeah, no love for the Venusaur so far. Saw a little paw mark come on the screen. I'll wait until that Pokemon is playable in comp, as we have Venusaur finally locked in for Champaris SG. Frigo back on the Crustle as well. You can see what a great barrier of Pokemon that they've built for this Venusaur. Take the President from Buzzwole. We've got Crustle and also Hooper just to get themselves out of the way. But in response, Latios comes on the stage, as well as Jose on the Absol, which definitely only has one Pokemon to take down in mind.
That's dangerous. I think the Absol's a brilliant pickup here by Jose. Revenge is going to have to answer with their own speedster that can go one-on-one with Absol. Do like the Zeraora pick. It's whether they're going to stick with the discharge that I expect them to do, but Fu, I want more Wild Charge Zeraora played on Fire Sky Ruins, mate.
Why? Why? Is it just one of your favorite moves?
I love it. I think it's absolutely ridiculous. I love it. I love seeing it. I love playing it. I want to see more of it.
Right. But I think with the build that we've seen so far, you might have to wish for it a little bit harder. maybe for the grand finals they'll show up. But I think in this game, if they can play a Volt Switch and Discharge, it's just going to be a really easy way to come in and out to put pressure on that Latios, right? Wild Charge, you're kind of committing everything with your Spark as well. I mean, each to their own, I think, but depends on what Revenge wants to play.
And the same.
Is that Potion Venusaur?
That it is. Is that going to be Pedal Dance Venusaur? Is you going to shake it up a little bit here and go for Pedal Dance? Because they pair it with the Giga Drain, but it's good with the Potion as well. Or maybe they just want to have a little bit in their back pocket in case Absol does find them.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's hard to eject out of Absol sometimes, right? Whereas Potion might give you that last bit of Focus Band-esque survivability for maybe the Buzzwole to come in, or Frigo to knock them back with the Crustle as well. We'll wait to find out what happens but the action will start now for our 4th game of the semi-finals. Latios down in the bottom path. This is not a Pokemon I've seen too much in comp so far, and with the recent changes as well, I'm curious to see whether that has impacted its, I guess, its damage, right, in some of that later portions of the game.
Yeah, it's all about getting those stacks, buddy. Let me tell you now, when you have Latios and Latias on a game, on different teams, and you're trying to cast it, incredibly difficult to do. I've resorted to just calling them Lally Blue and Lally Red. That is what I'm going to do moving forward.
Okay. Noted. But luckily we only have one of the variants here. Latios down in the bottom path. Jiraiya did a fantastic job just for that early pressure, especially going up against a Dwebble Bulbasaur, which not a lot of good secure as well. Panning up in the top side as team gets prepared. Evan Honage looking for this Bunnelby. Whoever gets it is going to have that advantage. Hitting that level 5 soon. It's going to be Tibby. And with that KO, this 21 definitely gives them level 5.
Plenty of points that they're raining through here. Revenge does go to find the Natus. Not even a slight bit of HP taken off as they managed to get on out of there. Thought that was a risky move with 3 of Anomaly being there as well.
Oh, and clash of the fight here as we have a huge KO from Jose, taking out the Bulbasaur and 4 members in, getting some dunks as well, and Speedsters reign supreme yet again. They hit up the top side, they win the path for them, Tano. They come quickly to the bottom side before even Reggie Drago spawns, able to get some necessary dunks in as well.
Looking for a bit too much here as they do go down, trying to see if they can get the blue buff, but there goes Jiraiya.
Oh.
Shut out as well is Ayami as they look to get KO'd, breaking some ankles, buddy. X-Speed has been popped. Frigo is looking for them, doesn't find them just yet, but with Bulbasaur coming up that lane, it looks like Ayami will eventually go down.
And what a great time waster as well. 2 members of Silence Band pulled away from the middle side where it matters as Reggie Drago comes online. As now we have a fight for this secure there. Who's going to get it? It's going to be Absol. Jose able to grab that experience but quickly shut down now from the Crustal as Frigo looks to put pressure on for Spartans fans up in that top side. Yet again, Tibby getting some necessary stacks in. Steals the Citrus Berry as well.
Great stun from Cherry King there to allow those points to go into that goal. Very close game here so far as the 720s are about to come on around this field. This is what we want to see in this 4th game. Most of that is going to go to the side of Anomaly. Here comes the Jet 2 Holiday looking to see if they can find a KO. And it's Absol that manages to sneak it onto the buzz wall. Frigo is going to have to back on out of this lane now as more points rain into this T1 pad. Diving on in is Revenge, but the discharge not enough as they do end up losing that pad.
Well, you've said the magical words, Tano. Nothing beats a Jet 2 Holiday, and indeed, nothing beats Anomaly up in that top side. They're going to have a first look at that Reggie Alecki coming in the conventional top path, and there's definitely defense to do for Spartans fans. We're going to have a siege on that top side. You can see all of Anomaly looking for a fight. Midnight Slash hits down Hooper straight away, and this is looking to be a decent fight unless we have a Plasma Gale that hits like 4 members of the team. What a huge comeback from Spartans fans with the Buzzle coming in, knocking out Jose.
That is how you answer, buddy. You hit the gym and you use Anomaly as your weights and you lock in the defense here. It is going to be none other than Petal Dance Venusaur as they hit level 9, and that is going to be a difficult threat coming into those final stages, buddy. Raid Boss Venu is going to be online.
Yeah, especially with how many wild Pokemon spawns there are now on this new form of the map. It's not going to be too difficult to hit that level 13 where you just have seemingly unstoppable survivability, right? With your Giga Drain giving you that defense or damage reduction. You've got your cooldown reduction from your Petal Dance as well. We're going to have another fight as Verdant Anger comes through yet again. The Latios is the first to fall, and they look for more coming out from Spartans fans, and Jiraiya has to quickly eject the Yawn to just delay the inevitable, which is them going down back to the Pokemon Center.
Another thing about Petal Dance, isn't it? Even if you is asleep, they're still going to get damaged if they're near it. They have to dash on out of there quickly. And Spartan fans, they're not even that bothered about going for this objective. They're going to clean up with the KOs first before they show face at this Reggie Steal.
Yeah, it's just quite scary now, even though they've won this team fight with the Reggie Steal as well. That's going to be a really good boost to kind of break this bottom pad as well. The rings are bound to come through. Jose trying their best to think about, is it worth coming down and helping out with the bot path, or is it better just to clear your central area because that pad is gone, and indeed it has been. 40 down comes through. 205 now as Spartans fans take the lead.
Looking to continue that lead as they look to rotate into the top side as well. Scoring in that bottom T2 is nice and cheeky. Looking to see if they can lock in this Reggie in the top pad. Trying to sneak around is Buzzwell. Massive yawn comes out from Snorlax though, and that's going to stop them in their tracks. But not before the Swole Slam comes through. Doesn't manage to get the Lecky in time. Nearly picked up Jose, but that healing is going to be massive for them as they go for the approach. But it's none other than Zero Aura. Revenge cleans up Anomaly as that Lecky walks into the T2 pad.
Well, this is a really scary death ball that Spartans fans has now built up, right? We have Petal Dance Venu. We've got a Crustle that can just follow along with Rubble Rouser, Scissor, whatever. And then the Discharge just to make sure that everyone goes down. Very scary for Anomaly to really fight against because yes, you got Yawn, yes, you can stop them. But the Latios gets in that scary range within the Petal Dance and can't stop taking damage before he can let go of its Dragon Pulses, right? And, if you don't hit that Luster Purge on it as well, I'm just afraid that this Venusaur will never go down.
I absolutely love the fact that coming into this, Anomaly probably thought that Venusaur was going to be beam and they were going to have a ranged attack battle going into this game, but instead you has shaken it up. Midnight Slash is used here, trying to see if they can find you on that Venusaur, but they don't because it is an absolute tank. The HP pool rivals none other than Goodra as they take all of that damage, buddy. They've broken the T2 pad, looking to get out here, but Leo tries to cut them off with a coup de grace. It's the Swole Slams that come down, and Anomaly gets destroyed again at their T2 pad.
Oh, you can see, not scared of the projectiles at all as Champagnes look to take down the Latios as well. One final Reggie for both these parts. It's going to be none other than Reggie Steel yet again. That's going to give them a massive advantage for the final 2 minutes as Groudon will be coming up as well. Jose not doing too bad for levels though. We do have a level 14 to match, but 3 level 14s? The math is not mathing here.
The math be too hard, buddy. Again, 30 seconds before Groudon is here, but still a closest game as we have a look at final stretch. It's easy to get those double points in, and of course, where there's a Groudon, the game will always be on.
Always be on indeed, and definitely off button is going to be that Yawn, and as much as Jirari is doing a fantastic job just pausing out the pressure from Spartans fans, I want to see more follow-up on their team as well. Yawn onto Venusaur. This might be huge. Midnight Slash takes out Venusaur straight away. And this might be the rip the round Groudon tech there. As we have now an engage on everyone tonight. Power Nap comes through for Snorlax in the midst of it all. And Groudon gets traded almost immediately. And guess what? I think it's Anomaly that managed to steal it. No. The Aegis Slash, yes, it is for their team, but it happens so quick because it's a huge team wipe. Spartans fans take it out with nothing to lose there. 3-1. They've done it. They've made it to the grand finals, Tano.
Let's go, boys. Spartan fans makes it to the grand finals. They're going to win Worlds. I'm telling you now, bro. They lock in that win. And they fought Anomaly with a brilliant pick there on you as well on the Venusaur in that instant moment before Groudon spawns in. But you've just witnessed the difference here, buddy. As soon as that objective was taken, Spartan fans just cleaned up Anomaly and they had nowhere to go but pull up that white flag.
Like you said, bro, it's coming home. It's coming home soon. But congratulations to Spartans fans for making it into the grand finals of today's event. They're going to go up against VFC, I think. And just a quick recap on the battle report. You can see how close it was, really. It was kind of an X formation on that battle report for the scores, right? There was kind of a switch of the experience in that middle portion of that game, and then that's when Spartan fans really took the hands off the brake and just flew through the Venusaur. Getting that level 13 so early on is so important.
It is. This has been a really exciting tournament, buddy, and we've got the best game to come yet, the grand finals. This, if anything, this is getting me even more hyped for these changes for Pokemon and Unite, so it's incredibly cool. We're going to take a quick break, chat, while we get set up for the grand final, so grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. We'll be back with you very shortly. This is it. This is the big one. Just like Groudon is. It's all about this game coming up, Fu. Oh, Fu, you're muted. You're muted.
Apologies for that. I'm back, just like Groudon, at that 2 minute mark.
They just missed you. What is array anyway, mate? I enjoyed that line.
I'm gonna chat GPT some one-liners after for the Groudon timer. Don't you worry about it. Next time I come in, we're gonna be racking on these rhymes. They're gonna be like, this guy's spitting too much fire. Cool down, cool down. But the grand finals, exactly, between Spartans fans, or your fans, and VFC, which I heard as we were talking about, was a lot of Komai members, and Klaus joining the roster here as well for today's event, and it's going to be a decent showdown, I think. Both these teams having a good run in the tourney so far. Spartan fan obviously one game lost to Anomaly just now, but definitely still looks very good, right, in the other games.
Oh, 100%, mate. And I am so ridiculously torn in this game because Komai are some of my favourite players, and I love every single person on the side of Spartan fans as well. They've been showing up for the EUL and being incredible in their games. So this is such a sort of heart of two minds here for me, Fu. But looking at the bans, no surprises. Leafeon is still in Banjel, and the Hooper from Spartan fans, they're cottoning on to how strong these Pokemon are on this new map.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking Blissey just getting perma-banned out in the games that I've run into cast today, so that's interesting. Maybe it's just a early game Pokemon plus Blissey is just going to be a little bit too strong, perhaps, and just really hard to take down in the last 2 minutes of the game. Free go on the Snorlax for our first game of the grand finals, and Gek putting back the Ho-Oh despite the changes. So I guess different Pokemon. I love to see that. Campariz, though, coming back on the Venusaur.
Yeah, we saw the OO in game 1 and then not again, and it actually was alright. I don't understand why they didn't feel like picking it up anymore. I know it's had those changes, but it's definitely still tanky-ish, so it still does its job, and the Rekindling Flames were on point as well, so yeah, let's see what Get can do in it. They're a very strong defender in this EU region. One of the favourites, Zante. Looks like they want to pull out Miraidon. No, in fact, Toast is going to swap onto the Cypher that they dominated on in the previous game, mate.
I was going to say as well, have you played Tinkaton since the new patch? It is incredibly fun at the moment with Ice Hammer, because it used to lack mobility, right, on that Pokemon. You used to not be able to do too much, but now you're literally like a little bunny that hops around, slams down the hammer, and then hops away. It's I hope teams pick it up very, very soon, because I think it's going to be one of those dark horse picks that can be game changing, especially with how good the Secure is once you have that huge Gigaton hammer at 60 stacks.
That was the one when I was reading the patch notes where I was like, I really want to see that more because it looks really fun.
Yeah.
Like, I love Tinkaton anyway. I think it looks amazing in this game. I was so sad that it just didn't get much attention because like the amount of shields that are in Pokemon Unite, especially now with these changes, like it would be understandable to have Tinkaton. So I love those changes, buddy. I'm with you. I hope we see more teams picking that up. But here, it's going to be the Metagross lock-in again for Tibby.
Yeah, Metagross comes through, and revenge on the Raichu this game as well. Double backline, it seems, as that build on Venusaur, that can't be a better than Venus. So I think Zante picking up the Miraidon knows full well what is going on. And with the Clefairy as well from Narami, definitely looking to pair up together, right, with some of their frontliners, just to keep themselves sustained, but then they have to avoid the curse that's inevitably going to be applied by the Venusaur or the Raichu as well. So very interesting draft, I think, from both these teams going into our game number 1. And whoever takes his first game definitely has that momentum, right, for this best of 5. See what happens here. I know you're cheering for both teams, but when I see Spartans fans under your name, I mean, I'll have to push on the VFC VFC glaze, I think, just to even out the battlefield.
Well, we're now going to call them very few champs. They're your champs
right.
now, mate, on the side of VFC. So that's your team, Spartans.
They don't even want it. They're like, oh, we're a fan of Spartantano anyway. It's the Spartans fans versus Spartans other fans. That's going to be the grand finals today of our Groudon Cup.
Yeah, but you are right. As soon as you do take game 1, I do see just a message in chat. Can you pause game, please? 2 of us crash. So production are going to be looking at that. That's probably why it's taken us a while to get in. They'll probably just be pausing that. They must still be on the Switch 1 too.
Yeah, I was going to say Switch 2, I've got it recently. Definitely very good. It has caused me ping issues though. Like the game thinks I'm in Asia now for some reason, which I don't know how to fix.
For you too?
And
that's been happening to me. It always puts me in like some sort of ridiculous region so far away, and I'm like, I have to change it like every game, bro.
Well, I can't change it because it autos to Asia for me, so I don't know how to switch it.
It's been auto into, I think, NA for me. And I'm EU.
Yeah, okay, so it's
like,
not...
what?
Okay, good, okay, because yeah, I've been insta-queuing Asia, and I don't even exist in Oceania anymore. Like, the game doesn't think it exists. It's just like, yep.
You in Asia now.
Yeah, you're in Asia now. But anyway, down in the bottom side, VFC definitely in the zone of Spartans fans here, as we have an early push coming out from Toast. They're looking for a KO on Frigo. Doesn't go for it because they know how important getting set up for these 850s are.
Oh, that Electro Ball so on point from Revenge there, setting it up for Toast. They do manage to get back onto the pad, but that was a brilliant skill shotting from Revenge, and they're going to take all of this central farm as well. Perfect for Spartan fans, but that execute comes through. Oh my god, look at that damage, Fu.
Wow, Toes really a masterclass on how to move on Scyther there, avoiding all sorts of trouble, whether it's the Electro Ball or the Sludge Bomb as they head back into their central area. 30 seconds to go. We're going to pan up on the top side. Tibby getting harassed by the Zacian there as Klaus looks to help out Narami with some scores. When you can get some stacks on Clefable early, Tano, that's a lot of healing in the late game.
Yeah, that it is, and Chari King has to back on up here again. Klaus is playing really aggressively on this Zacian. Narami to the rescue, protects by taking that damage, and Klaus is going to be able to survive. And now the rotation here, Toast is going to go on the flank, aided by that Ho-Ho, and they find the execute there. Really good effort, though, coming out from Revenge, from just being able to kite around that.
Yeah, and you can see the Reggie Drago spawning now as well. Does it always walk to the bottom in the first instance? I think it's random. And then the second one. Okay. Yeah, I've asked a bunch of people about this, and everyone says it's random. But every time I see, I don't know whether it's confirmation bias. It always walks to the bottom in the first one. So that might be good to know for people that are in the bottom part there, as definitely the fight will be leading in that side. But at the moment, the fight's in the top side. Only Klaus there to defend before Zante comes in to help out. Damage already been done. Only 5 left on that top pad here, Tano.
Yeah, they have managed to catch up with the points on the side of Spartan fans, and it's good to see they're managing to try and limit the oppression that VFC were bringing their way, but the bottom lane definitely having difficulty with it at the moment. They haven't broken that pad just yet. Good steal as well from you to take that away from Toast. That's a level 10 Cypher at the 7-minute mark.
Cypher definitely incredibly dangerous when you have 2 attackers on your team there. Not able to have a look at this Regieleki is Zante, but it's definitely going to be able to shred down your Eldegoss as well. Massive fire spin takes it off away as we have now a lock on to Klaus there. Thunderstorm Aerial immediately gets popped, and the Sovereign Sword not able to survive that ordeal as well. And here comes the Metagross you're talking about, Tibby, in full force now, not even aware about the Scyther coming through though. Green Illusion Dive has to come through. Tibby still manages to hold in on it themselves as the shield leaves on 1 HP. They are able to lock onto Toast and get that KO, and they actually get out of it scot-free.
Oh, Tibby, that's ridiculous. Their headbutt back for Cypher. Gyro Ball giving them shields for days. That is why we love Metagross. Klaus is trying to see if they can shut down what Tibby was cooking. Not able to just yet. Great block from Frigo as they try and back up away from Klaus.
Yet another Verdant Anger that destroys the pavement on this map. This is why Rayquaza left, to be honest. It's just, look at that destruction, all that dirt now on the ground. The Rayquaza says, there's no place for me. Venusaur goes down to Zante yet again. And, you know, despite all this fighting, the scores are incredibly close as well. 120 to 11, Tano.
Yeah, this is fantastic, mate. Exactly what we were hoping for these grand finals. Toast does back on up here. They were looking to break that pad with VFC, but Spartan fans have managed to get there and respond. That top objective is going to come back on in. I believe it was a Reggie, and currently Klaus is up here uncontested, but a rotation's coming on in from Spartan fans.
Do you have to say as well, Zacian, always a decent Pokemon, but on this map with so many opportunities to get that Eos energy, definitely gives it that little buff as well. We're going to have another fight down in the bottom. The action just does not stop today as Toast comes through. They've got the Green Illusion Dive available. Eldegoss pops down Cotton Cloud Crash earlier on. Fend off this pad as Toast has to quickly get out there. A quick lock on with the Computing Crash. Actually traps in a massive way to lock in on that KO. But unfortunately, not able to do so because the amount of dashes that Zyther has get themselves out of harm's way. But we will have, unfortunately, Zante going down. And here comes back for the 2 times. Tibby, yet again, unstoppable so far. Rekindling Flame to come through. But that just puts Toast in a really precarious position. They come back in with the Green Illusion Dive, though, to knock them out. But they swiftly get sent back home as fast as they were rezzed up there.
Oh, Tibby's absolutely cooking this team, buddy. I mean, VFC are putting up one fantastic fight in these team fights. They've managed to sneak themselves the lead again, but Spartan fans look to try and break this T1 pad here, but this is electric. Tibby refuses to go down. It's taking so much to find Toast in these fights as well. This could really go either way. Not managing to take down Ho-Ho just yet as they back on up here, continuing to rain down that fire, and they get shut down eventually with Frigo coming in. Thunderstorm Aerial was absolutely not needed as VFC gives up that pad.
Yeah, you can clearly see the momentum kind of shift towards Spartans fans now. Level 13 Metagross is a raid boss indeed to take down, and Klaus, even though they're level 12, not going to be able to do anything towards this Metagross, Snorlax, and Eldegoss combo. We'll have the pokes come out from Zante as teams get a reset. There might be one more Reggie variant for both these paths coming up. There we go on the top side there. 30 seconds as teams gets prepared for it. Last bit of Altaria family as well. I mean, if you're in the position of VFC, what do you need to do to come back in that Groudon fight, right? Is it targeting the Metagross, or is it still looking at this Venusaur that's just been beaming from the backline?
I think that's a difficulty, mate, because you're going to have to take out not only the Venusaur, but the Raichu as well as the Metagross. They're your main targets, and it's, do you give everything to take down the Metagross, because it will take everything to take them down, or do you put the importance on taking out that ranged damage? It's a difficult situation for them to be in. They've managed to sneak this Reggie, so a little bit of an advantage, and if they can find Tibby here, that would be massive, but they don't. They do manage to get out, so now they're going to have to think of a plan coming into this Groudon fight.
Yeah, well, firstly is they get a free Regieleki walk in, but don't think they're going to be looking at any scores here as we have an early engage coming out from your Snorlax. Gets chunked down immediately, but a huge beam hits all 3 members from VFC. They have to huddle together to get that healing, and that's exactly what TB wants, right? If they can huddle together in a huge computing crash, might be game over for our game number 1. 12 seconds has passed. Both teams ready to go for some sort of move here. I mean, Spartans fan know they're ahead. Toast maybe looking for a back cap here?
Could be the play. We don't have to say the age-old phrase because there's only about 8 points between these two teams right now, so it is still anyone's game as they do look to peak on that T2 goal. They're just wanting vision on where Spartan fans are. As soon as they know that they're all down here, they are going to go for that cap, buddy. They've witnessed where Cherry King is, just needs to see where Tibby is. Being very patient on it is Toast at the moment.
Well, they know it's just a close battle, so if we get a score coming in from Toast there, they know they're going to be in the lead, and that will definitely incite some sort of battle ride. Eldegoss supposed to go down. No Unites available as the computer crash finds 2 members there in the little Blade arena, and we do have beams off the screen trying to poke at Klaus there, but it definitely maintains their health with the Clefable as well. Power Nap into Thunderstorm Aerial in a precarious position. It's going to be Zacian, and that's going to be the second member to fall for VFC. And now they have a good look at this Groudon if they wanted to, as Frigo still looking to fend off Zante up in that top side.
Might be a little bit too much to do here, though, as they've managed to take down the Venusaur. Toast is going to go, but they find the 2 KOs. The damage range has been taken down, and with that rekindling flame, Toast is back on in. That might be enough for VFC to sneak this one away. They've currently got the lead. They're looking to score more here, or at least pull the attention of Spartan fans, and with that 10 going in, VFC is going to take game 1.
Oh, devastation for Spartans fans, because it was a really good fight at the beginning, but just the mind games. And I think just time flies, right, when you're fighting in the final stretch. Not enough moments there to get a counter score in. And that's going to be VFC sneaking away with a very eventful game number 1.
Yeah, it did honestly feel like that could have gone either way, mate. Spartans fans did manage to start getting the momentum in that mid-game, and then it really smart plays from VFC to win that Toast with the patience of a god up in that top lane, waiting to score that T2 goal, give them the lead, and then get a good flank on to find a KO, not only onto you on that Venusaur that dropped 95k damage, by the way, but also onto Revenge with that range attacker Raichu that was doing so much against VFC.
Yeah, I do have to say, though, the Rekindle Flame really came at a great time, and I love the fact that they used a Fire Spin right after they used the Unite move, just to make sure that everyone in that circle has damage reduction so that they don't get instantly one-pop by Tibby, which were, who was waiting there for anyone that was coming back. Toad's able to get out of that, go up to score once again, definitely cemented their win in this game number 1. So back to the draft, I think, for game number 2. How much of a problem is this Metagross then? It seems like whatever Pokemon TV is really playing is causing a bit of a ruckus in the other team's comps here. So really good pick there, and I'm glad to see all-rounders like Metagross still having such an impact after all this time, right? I remember talking about Metagross with you back in the good old days at the start of the EU Weeklies, and now still a force to be reckoned with.
That it is, mate. And is it more the Pokemon, or is it more Tibby is currently a force to be reckoned with on any Pokemon? Because they have been a threat all the way through, but they've been fantastic to watch. But I know I'm with you. I want to see some Tinkaton play. Like Tibby is a fantastic player. I think if anyone is going to bring that out to show, give it to Tibby. Let's see what this new Tinkaton can do.
Yeah, that's true. Let's test out a new Pokemon, Tano, in the grand finals. Let's do it.
Of course.
It's all on. It's all on. When there's Groudon, it's on.
Facts, mate.
We need to come up with a better one.
Whoever came up with that is facts, mate.
That's right. Well, enough yapping from us as we get into game number 2 here. Spartans fans looking to even out the board with a win on this second game. See what bands are going to be going through. Kind of looks like the lottery system right here. The Pokies, as teams cycle through their Pokemon. And were we able to get some different bans in this same game? Raichu's going to be banned out from Klaus here. They're voting in. Leafeon, Venusaur getting voted out as well, as TB looks to ban out Snorlax perhaps. There are 4 different Pokemon on the side of Spartan fans. What are they going to ban?
See, that's what I wonder, right? If you all pick different Pokemon, how does it pick what it bans? If you're all getting one vote on, does it go on the order of where you are in the game? You know, previously it was the bottom 2 that were more important, wasn't it?
Well, I thought it was randomized, but perhaps you're right. Might be some sort of hierarchy to do with where you are in the roster, right? But Suicune's going to be picked firstly from Shuriken, as it's Let's Go from the ban jail. Garchomp's going to be banned out from BFC's side. Probably a target ban. All are banned away from Tibby, it seems. Zante picking up the Inteleon, which has been buffed recently as well, and Gek returns the Ho-Oh, Tano.
Yeah, understandably as well. See, this is it. You saw that Ho-Ho last game, right, Phil? What did you think? Because I thought they were pretty good on it. It was a very good Pokemon for them to take into that game.
Yeah, I think it's a really good Pokemon just to, I guess, take a lot of pressure, right? Because Ho-Oh takes at least more than 1 or 2 Pokemon to take down. If you can absorb that pressure away from your team, they're going to be able to either do objectives, get some scores in, or just get the advantage from one of these fights as well. Narami picking up the Slowbro here is not something I thought I'd see. Double defender comps coming through. So, I mean, no supporters then, right? It's all about sustain yourself, get picks, win the game early, and make sure that you start snowballing from there.
Yeah, that is so interesting. We only really see Slowbro nowadays if you want to target something like a Charizard, which is interesting that we've not seen at all today, by the way. Yeah, I know it got some nerfs, but still, that Unite move was not touched, and I think it would still be very, very strong in here, mate. So I'm quite surprised that that's not been picked, but we do have a speedster we've not seen yet. Darkrai is going to come on the field for Spartans fans. Toast is going to try and match that with Dodrio.
Well, Darkrai is a Pokemon much like Charizard that can really just trap you in an area and just burn you down, but in this case, it would just be putting you to sleep in its worst nightmare. Probably not the best Pokemon to go up against if you're something like a Blaziken, right? But with Unstoppables in their kit as well, I think Klaus is going to have a decent time. Toast, definitely one of the main targets here is going to be this Delphox, right? We've seen how good Delphox has been in today's competition. Definitely want to shut them out ASAP.
And that's why I like the fact that we were seeing the Dash Delphox rather than that Fire Spin mate, because kite ability is king when you're going up against Pokemon like Dodrio. You've got to really keep yourself on your toes, keep yourself at a distance, keep moving, because that's exactly what Dodrio is going to do. So that's going to be a very interesting matchup, and I can't wait to see who comes out on top.
Yeah, very important. And the benefits of Dodrio as well is it's going to be able to get those scores in, right? If it matters. Just like what happened last game, right? If Toast was Dodrio there as well, there's going to be some easy scores to make sure that you are able to get ahead in that close battle scenario. I don't expect anything less than another really close game in terms of scores, but this new map has fostered this new way of fighting where it's just, it doesn't matter if you lose a few fights, because there's just so much experience on the map for you to gain back it anyway. Obviously, you don't want to give 3 level 14s as what we've seen in some of these games, but more importantly is it gives a bit more flexibility, a bit more room for error if you just take a bad fight.
Yeah, I do love how important that Reggie Drago is as well. I think, you know, the 8-minute birds, the Altaria family were important, but you did see some teams be like, okay, let's only send so many people there. Now, Reggie Drago gives so much global experience that I think that is almost as important as those final objectives in the game, mate. I think it's that snowball effect that you can get, so absolutely huge. And I think we'll see most teams really lock in to take that 8-minute objective.
Yeah, I think it definitely should get balanced a little bit in the future. I think the experience that Reggie Drago gives is a little bit too much, especially if he gets secured by one of those early game Pokemon, right? Like, could you imagine Dodrio getting their Unite moves so early on, or Leafeon, one of these picks? It's going to be very hard for some of the late game Pokemon to really combat it in the early game as well. And that's why it was so great that TB was able to get that Metagross online early, because it could have been a scenario where they were just struggling to hit those crucial levels, right? And really just be not of use in that earlier side, but as soon as they were able to hit that mark, you can see how strong it is. And you just gain levels from these experienced wild Pokemon, or just winning some of these 5v5 fights. Curious to see how this second game goes, though. Spartans fans got definitely work to do to come back in this grand final.
Hey, bro, we saw what happened in the last set. They lost the first game, but then they locked in and they bounced back, and that's what we're going to see from them now. I'm telling you, bro, these guys are going to cook. And the thing is, though, it's what that momentum shift, as you mentioned. Spartan fans, they were very good in that game, and it was just those final moments where VFC had some really smart plays and great patience from their central area Pokemon to be able to hold on out and win that final few moments. So that is going to give the momentum back to VFC, and they're going to come into this game wanting to go out swinging from the get-go.
Yeah, it's very important here as well, and they've got a good roster to do so as well. And I think Suicune definitely going to be the game changer if they can land a decent Unite move, right? Just to make sure that everyone is stunned here. Production has just told us that the game is remaking, seems to have a few Sableyes in the system, so a crash or two. But we'll get everyone a vision of the game shortly as we come in. Everyone I'm obviously excited to see how it's going to go. I just want to point out the other things that have changed on the map is also the score thresholds, right? For the top and bottom side. No longer is it 80, it's going to be 70 on the top side for tier 1, 90, and then obviously the home pad. And the bottom is 80 and then 120. So Phalanx finally having some sort of recognition, I think, if you can break a pad by itself, yeah.
Phalanx has a reason to be on the field, bro. It is interesting because that 120 means a Hundo Burger, if it hasn't had any points in it, is not going to break it. Which just means that realistically, you can get even more overcaps into that T2. So I like that change. I think it shakes things up a little bit. It's kind of trying to make Fair Sky Ruins feel fresh and different with just giving it experience with the new wild farm, changing up some of the goal scoring, so it feels like a new map even though it isn't.
Yeah, and I wanted to point out as well is I wish they just made it more like red or like change some sort of the color scheme, because it just still reminds everyone of that Rayquaza except for the middle portion of the map. Imagine if they just made everything like dried out, like because Groudon obviously comes out with drought, right, or sunny day. Maybe the bushes could have been in that brown color that looks like like dried bushes, and maybe on the ground instead of having it so green, it could have been maybe the results of a volcano going off or something like that, just to make it a little bit more exciting. But other than that, I mean, for competitive players, it's all about the spawns anyway. So I guess aesthetics is only for casual players like me.
Well, that we are, mate, and I'm with you. I would have liked to have seen more effort at a new map. But anyway, we're going to go on in here to the second game of this grand final. Spartan fans still here on your left-hand side. VFC taking control of your orange side.
In the bottom tier, Lapras comes for our second game. It's going to be interesting as how they play. They don't have the best secure in the early game with the Fennekin as well, and going up against two water guns. Definitely not the easiest game to play. The Whirlpool to come through. Frigo protecting the Fennekin as much as they can. You can see the Slowpoke picking up all those juicy experience.
Narami's going to back on up here. Chari King managing to take that one away as they were trying to lock that in. Zashin's looking for more experience. Natu's are here. Clouds manages to take quite a bit, but still just that lowly Chorchik as they have to back on up to their pad.
Yeah, they're going to wait a little bit before they're going to be able to fight a lot of these members, especially Zashin up in the top side as well. You can see Revenge coming in so earlier on, waiting for an ambush. No vision yet for them, as Toast does the same on the other side. Does a good ambush onto the Braixen, so they're going to be able to head back up top to help out with this fight. So far, it does seem like Spartans fans have it good up in that top side as Toast comes through. Maybe able to knock down Cherokee. No, not good enough, as they get taken down by Zashin themselves.
Oh, Tibby is an unstoppable force on these Fair Sky Ruins, buddy, as they look to cut down Torchic as well. Revenge now gets their stacks in on the Darkrai, and Spartan fans finally find a way to sneak this early game onto their side.
Yeah, a really good fight there just to maintain their levels as well. We got double sixes for Spartans fans preparing for this Reggie Drago coming in. About 10 seconds. We're going to see whether it walks down again, Tano. This is live experimentation of a recording of the results. Where will Reggie Drago walk? It doesn't matter at all. Teams coming in. 4v4 action. It's going to start in. Before he can even walk, he might get taken down. And Talon comes through. It's going to be the Lapras that secures it for Spartans fans. And that's going to be able to freeze 3 members as well. Even though Zashin came down, that's going to be able to give the Lapras a bit of score speed, as well as the much needed levels.
I mean, we've been trying to do this scientific evidence all day, buddy, but the teams just rip it the second it spawns on in, so we haven't been able to get the evidence that we're looking for. We were wondering if the route that it takes and where it's secured could determine where Regieleki would spawn on in, but we haven't found an answer for it yet.
No, we haven't, and more results will be shown in the games coming up. But for now, it's going to be Toast yet again, putting a lot of effort in trying to knock down the front lines of the Spartans fans and leaving with just a Delphox down on the bot side. Definitely a weak side for the team. And you can see that's why We have Tibby moving up in the top as well. They're going to be able to give this Reggie Alecki. They want to focus on the Reggie up in the top side with a potential steal coming up from Champeries. Not going to be available. Good effort, but 4 members in, ready to push this in.
Oh, it's Reggie Steele taken from the top as well. Good global experience and a good buff, but that Lecky is going to go in uncontested, and points are going to rain on through here as Yu is going to continue to try and zone them out on the Delphox, but unfortunately, very difficult to do when you've got the instant scoring that Klaus can do.
Yeah, and with the Reggie Alecki, definitely instant score for a lot of people there. You have a good sleep coming in on top of Narami as Zante back on the Pokemon they love to play the most. Definitely landing some of these snipes as well. Not a lot of action so far as both teams just settle in, grab some sort of wild Pokemon to hit their Unite moves ready for the next game. We have Triple Trample and Azure Spy Vision available, but with 3 Unite moves on the side of Spartan fans, as soon as they get this Suicune Unite move, Tano, I think there's going to be a pad push.
Yeah, and I think that would be a good shout. Try and break these, give yourself a nice lead as we go into the mid-game. That's going to be uncontested in the bottom at the moment as Lapras isn't approaching for the Inteleon. Looks like they want to come up here to the top. Fire Spin comes out from Narami. They're getting ripped down by Tibby and sent back to the Pokemon Center in an instant.
Yeah, this Darkrai is proving to be a problem that needs to be solved for VFC. Good stun coming out from Shuriken as teams are heading in down to the bottom side there, where the next Reggie will spawn in a little bit. You can see with a Lapras Express available, there is option to dunk into the back on that tier 2 as well, but depending on what this is, they might need to defend it as well. So I love the fact that this new map creates more uncertainty in terms of what can be spawned out, right? But gets taken out immediately as the Lapras Express and the Endless Iso Spike will push VFC off the pad, Tano.
Oh, Tibby there with the Sovereign Sword as well. Gets some cuts onto Toes, but now the Azure Spy Vision is used, but they're not able to get close to their own goal, and they're destroyed as they make the approach. Again, Worst Nightmare is utilized on Klaus, looking for the KO, and of course, they come out on top. Revenge has cut down VFC here. Rekindling Flame is going to come through, but the rip onto the Reggie Alecki is coming through from Spartan fans. They can't get close enough, and they take it uncontested, buddy, and they look for the KOs in return. Klaus coming in with that overheat, does manage to find one, but the rest of them are taken, and now the rebound from VFC is here.
You know what? Despite losing the Reggie Alecki, I think VFC does win a little bit in terms of the value they obtained. They were able to knock out 3 members as Toes comes to clean up as well. And this Reggie Alecki is going to prove no trouble now because there's no more pressure coming out from Spartans fans. A very, very close fight, but yet again, you know, instantly, look at all that experience that's available on the map. I cannot harp enough that these teams just have something to do at all moments in time. And if they're able to soak all of this up, we have another good fight there. And, you know, just level 12s on the board easily at this 4-minute mark.
It does honestly feel more like a MOBA map in a sense that, like, you always have something to do. There's never any moments now where you're kind of like, what are we going to do? We're just going to look to fight each other because there's not enough to do on the field. So I do very much enjoy that change.
Yeah, and from what we've seen today, they're going to fight anyway. Snipes coming through from Zante. They're not going to wait anymore. Zero Spy Vision sees what can happen there, but the Endless Iso Spy baits them in as the Sovereign Sword slices through 3 members of VFC. Tibby coming through on top as well, as we now have a push down in the bottom side. They're going to be jumping in, though. They will have pads, so not sure whether scoring is the best idea here.
Probably not. Just take the rest of the experience you can and get on out of there. But what a way to flip that team fight around, buddy. VFC thought they had locked that one in, but you pair the fire spins coming out from that Delphox, the fanciful fireworks, alongside those endless ice spikes. Pretty much obliterates your team because you can't even move out of it.
No, you can't. And it's just a really good combo, right, of Unite moves to use, and both of them get it back in decent time, especially Delphox as well. Reggie Alecki going to be the final objective before Groudon will spawn, and that's going to go on the side of VFC. Fantastic news for Toast, because they can go for a backup if they want. They do know that they're in the lead now. But instant KO onto the Slowbro. This might be the game changer there, as Worst Nightmare lands on Zante. They're now out for 2 members. Don't forget, Ho-Oh will have access to the Rekindle Flame, so it's not over yet. but they're definitely going to be looking at that Pokemon for the next target.
Oh, do you go for the rip now? You're taking down Klaus. No secure on the side of VFC just yet. Just that snipe shot. Gonna block it. Fanciful Fireworks is gonna land. Rekindling Flame to bring back Klaus. And the rip on the Groudon is here. Who's gonna take it? Spartan Fans comes through. Sovereign Sword locks in. And Tibby finds a way for Spartan Fans to take it. Taking down the KOs of VFC as well, Fu. Now they just gotta score these Hundo Burgers.
Oh, I was gonna say, there is a potential when you can get the buffs back, but with all members down for VFC, Spartans Fans has come back with flying colors and really taken hold of this game number 2, right? Looks like it is the point of no return, but with the new objective buffs, it might work a little bit differently, especially if they can get some KOs here. They managed to pick up Zacian though, and this might spell trouble for Spartans Fans. 2 members down, no more Suicune as well. Lapra is the only one remaining in the middle side, trying to pull pressure away. There is still the chance for a comeback. 200 points, 300 points? 300 points roughly that you need to get in. And they do have Dodrio. Probably the best Pokemon to have the buff and the scoring speed, right?
Absolutely, but this Unite move is such a low cooldown. Fanciful Fireworks is going to reduce the time that they've got to score this now, and the rest of the team is back. A brilliant play from you. Just sat in that bush waiting for the approach. Fanciful Fireworks is going to be able to keep them in the lead of this game as VFC now have to back on up, and they sacrifice Pokemons for the approach. Brilliant play from you there.
Yeah, really fantastic work. I think the Darkrai definitely shut down a lot of work that Klaus could have done, right? Every time it was ready to pop off, Worst Nightmare comes in. Literally Klaus's worst nightmare now in this game number 2.
What an effort from VFC, though, to bounce back in that one, buddy. If that was anything but a Delphox in that bush there, I think they would have had a great effort at being able to break that pad, and then it would have been a matter of defending the home pad for Spartans fans. So it's just the way the cookie crumbles. A great push from VFC, but Spartan fans are going to come out on top.
Yeah, a really good way to even out the board there. And yet again, I think the introduction of some of these newer Pokemons in the drafts today have just made it so refreshing to watch as well. I mean, having Inteleon back on the map is great. Slowbro coming out, as well as just, you know, Darkrai, Delphox coming back in the scene is always a good shout as a Delphox enthusiast from back in the day. 93k damage. I mean, you have not seen these numbers on Delphox in a while.
Years, mate. It's been 84 years since we've seen numbers like that on Xbox, so I'm 100% with you, and I do love that it's not just spamming that fire spin. So now we are tied with a game apiece. Do we shake up the way that we approach this next one? Because I love the bans that we're seeing from Spartan fans, buddy. They've recognized 3 of the most powerful Pokemon on this new map, and they continue to ban them out.
Yeah, and I think that's what this event is all about, right? Across the world, when everyone is testing out Groudon, it's always about what Pokemon is really good, right? In this new sort of spawn, what Pokemons you definitely don't want to play up against if you're first pick, for example. And exactly, I think Hooper is one of them, right? Leafeon, you mentioned before. And then the third one just depends on what that team itself doesn't want to play up against. And that's going to be, depending on what Spartans fans don't want to face off against, they can use that slot for whatever Pokemon they want. So VFC, work to do now. They can see it's not going to be an easy fight for them. Definitely, I think, is it the first game they've lost in today's tournament? Let me just check. It is. It is. Spartans fans have done the impossible and stopped the VFC right in their tracks. Evening on the board with the power of Spartantano himself casting. This is inequality this is not balanced. Too much buffs powerful. Coming out from Spartantano, giving him all the energy.
Too powerful, mate. We've sealed the Horn Moon, right?
It's coming home! Oh, it's too good. It's just too good. But definitely, I think it's been very exciting. I think both these teams fighting it out. And maybe that's why Puma has been slotted in this time, just because all-rounders seem to have the second best time apart from your speedsters, which obviously will rule the map so far.
This guy ruins his speedster jungle all day long, buddy. But I'm excited to see what goes on with this Palmer. Obviously, we have those Mega Evolutions coming as well. What I do want to know, Fu, is what you're hoping for with the next 2 Mega Evolutions that are expected to come.
Well, I'm a... does it have to be Pokemon that's already in the game, or just any Pokemon that...
I guess it could be any, yeah.
Well, Sceptile was a Pokemon that I really wanted to have in the game, and it's one of the Pokemons that luckily has a Mega as well, so I'd love to have Mega Sceptile in the game, or even Metagross. I feel like that's just... It's just one of my favorite Pokemon, so it's like, yeah, it'll be good if it's in the game that I play and cast and, spend all my life doing. What about yourself? Are you satisfied with the Megas that are coming in, or do you have a particular one that you want?
I much prefer Mega Charizard Y to X. I love the color pattern of X, but I much prefer the look of Y. So I'm kind of we're gonna get that eventually. Like it's gonna be added.
Yeah.
So for me, I really want Mega Sableye because I would love to see the drama that causes, mate. And I would obviously love to see. I know people say Mega Gengar, but I actually would love to see Mega Absol coming in for a Speedster Mega.
Is there Mega Gengar? Does that exist?
Well, it does. It does, and the shiny is white, so it's a good shiny.
I thought that was Dynamax. I'm not very good with the other forms of the Pokemon. Alright, well, let me check.
Get that on the Google, bro. The big open mouth, whereas Mega Gengar looks pretty damn cool.
Oh well, I'm surprised your pick isn't Mega Gengar then, because I was gonna say you probably didn't say it because there was no Mega Gengar, but there definitely is Mega Gengar available.
I know, but Absol just looks so cool, bro. Mega Absol, let's go.
That's true. That's true. Well, let's see what happens then. Hopefully the Pokemon Company is listening. But what's important right now is a couple of new bands coming through. Well, one in particular, Latios band out from VFC, as Frigo picks up the Ho-Oh to start off their campaign in this third game.
Yeah, it does strike me as they must have some sort of plan, because we haven't seen Spartan fans use that Laliblee too much, so definitely a Pokemon that they don't want coming into the comp that they're building. Zante's gonna lock in the Mew. I know we've got plenty of Mew enjoyers in the chat, and we've been seeing everything but it today, but finally it's gonna come onto Fire Sky Ruins.
Yeah, and that's going to be a good shout, I think, just regardless if it's going to be that experience share or not. But it does open up avenues for Gek, I think, in the bottom side to play perhaps a all-rounder or some sort of damage defender if they wanted to. Then thinking of the options so far, as we have Klaus picking up the Urshifu very early on.
It's full heal as well. We've been seeing a lot of Water Bear Urshifu over here in the EU region recently. Let's see if Klaus locks that in and sticks with that plan, while Spartan fans look to get their final 2 Pokemon locked in. Tibby looks to expand their all-rounder roster that they've been playing in this set, but Garchomp is going to be the lock-in. Yeah,
Garchomp, despite the changes in, I think, 2 patches ago, it's still incredibly strong. And I think for all those people that play on the Switch 2, you know what I'm talking about. You no longer have frame drops when you're trying to do just a standard combo. That's all we asked for, and they delivered. You only have to press the button once now for it to go off, which is a huge change. At least from my end, that's what I've experienced. It's just a real pleasure to play that Pokemon. But other Pokemon's coming in. Revenge coming on the Zoroark, on that Speedster arc, going through all of the possible Speedsters today. And is that a good pick into something like a Mamoswine and a Water Bear? We'll wait to find out, right?
Yeah, I mean, Revenge they've got the confidence to do that, mate. I'm kind of with you. It does strike me as a pick that's like, I have to be confident in what I can do. Toast is going to lock in the Cypher again, and I think that is a brilliant pick here, especially for trying to deal with not only you on the Inteleon, but also that Eldegoss, and even looking for revenge on the Zoroark. That's going to be a brilliant matchup between them two.
Yeah, we know how good Toast is on the Cypher there. So a lot of difficult positioning required for the Inteleon here, I think, for Champers, as you mentioned, because not only do they have that Pokemon, if Water Bear gets close to it, it's not something you can really eject out of it, right? With 3 Surging Strikes coming your way, and the knockup per time. A difficult game for them, but with Inteleon getting buffed as well, I'm yet to see an Inteleon truly pop off. because Venusaur has just been in every single game that I've been playing, but perhaps it's going to be this one, Tano.
I mean, why they decided to buff Inteleon again, I don't know why, man. Like, give attention to other ranged attackers, I beg. But
well, there you have the Venusaur.
Yeah, and I'm so glad that finally Venusaur comes back into attention. Although I want more Petal Dance, to be honest, rather than Beam. But hey ho. More love to these ranged attackers is what I'm happy to see. But I am with you. We've not yet seen an Inteleon pop off the way that we're used to seeing in Fire Sky Ruins.
No, and I think well, perhaps this game will change it all. And it's tough as well because Inteleon thrives off having Pokemons that you can really just do the combo, right? Where you just snipe shot them and then maybe a couple autos, they go down. But with just the creep of how much sustain you can have in some of these Pokemons, no longer can you just get away with a quick snipe, few autos to take them down. If you don't take them down, they're going to be able to sustain all that and then they come at you. But then, you use one Fell Stinger and then it might be over. And also the change to Fell Stinger, you can no longer get out of crowd control if you land a successful one. I think is a massive change to all Inteleon players, but also Pokemons that match up into Inteleon definitely got a little bit of a hidden buff there.
No, rightly so. I can't wait to see where this one goes, buddy. Of course, whoever wins this, they're going to be on match point. But with the way these two teams have been playing, it would not surprise me if this goes all the way to Game 5, which is all that you want in a grand final, right? What a way to shape up this tournament.
Yeah, and I think it's just the best way just to show up the map as well, right? I'm sure everyone watching is also getting inspired into what are the rotations like. One of the, I think, the changes that could be noticeable while we have a bit of time is normally Zacian back in the old map, right? You're able to grab a few points to get your 6 as well as an additional one for your partner. But like, for example, a Comfy. But now there are only 6 points available up in that top side. So if anyone takes it for, shared experience or whatever, you're not going to have 6 for the first fight. And Zacian needs all the points you can get if you want to have that early advantage, right? Being the fact that you can use all that energy. So I'm going to wait, a couple of weeks to see what these teams come up with in terms of what else you can do, apart from splitting the jungle with 2 EVs, right? There's definitely going to be ways to share that experience that can enhance the gameplay. And well, definitely looked into Europe as one of the regions to find that out.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how these pro teams work out the best rotation to share out the most experience and all that kind of stuff. I feel for the people that do the working out of that, but I love the outcome of it where we get to see it and be like, oh yeah, that makes perfect sense. And that's how you end up with a ridiculous level early lead in this game. But here we go, buddy. This is game 3 of our grand finals. Spartans fans are going to still be on your purple side and VFC still here on your orange side.
Yeah, they are. We're going to go down in the bottom side. Really good secure coming out from Spartan fans in really both of the lanes as we have a Mew coming up top. I think they did take off the experience share, if I'm not correct, up top side as we quickly pan up on the side. Yeah, it is going to be damage Mew here, which is going to be great instead of 3 experience shares. But they're in trouble earlier on going up against a Gible who has decent shred as well as secure as well. Great job by Gek to pop the focus band.
Yeah, Glacifer managing to keep that Gible around as well. Naram is going to have to use the X-Beat to get back to their pad here. Toast getting ever so closer to this dual wing beat. Doesn't manage to find that secure, and now the pressure is on as they have to go back for a Citrus Berry.
Oh, and the Zorak is now lurking down in the bottom side. And without a focus band, Gible the first of 4 in our game. Number 3. Klaus wasting no time to get that KO as well for Mew. So they're going to be able to get the stacks in up the top side, but as well as getting the reward with all these birds.
Ooh, okay, Revenge going for the other moveset that we're not quite used to seeing, but it looks absolutely stunning with that Hollowware on, as Spartan fans manage to find some good points here and take the lead themselves, although Ho-Ho is going to fall. This Water Bear has shown up in the bottom pad, and now they have to go on the retreat. Not they're going to be able to get there, though, because they shut down that Drizzle, and so does Zoroark. VFC have locked in these early stages.
Well, Urshifu is one of those Pokemons Klaus loves to play, and clearly so. It is just running in. It reminds me of Release Urshifu with the ambushes up top side. As soon as you hit that level 5, and now level 7, it's going to be unstoppable. But I've definitely cursed it, because Revenge comes back with a Revenge. knocking out both the Zoroark and the Blissey to take themselves that level 7. And with Night Slash as one of the Pokemon moves that they've chosen, it's going to be good to dodge, I think, some of the moves coming out. For example, like a Mew Beam or a Mew Electro Ball if they're up in the air in that iframe range.
Rightly so. Who managed to lock in that objective there? I didn't see, but anyway, VFC are going to push on in to this bottom pad. Managed to find that dual wing V, execute onto the side of the Drizzle yet again. And Frigo has to back on up as Klaus looks to shut down that HP pool. Doesn't manage to grab that one. No Unite move just yet as the combos do come through from Zoroark and cut straight through the HP pool that is Klaus.
Wow, and I just realized we have a level 8 Mew before that 730 mark, and it's not something you see too often. Up in the top side, though, bit of pressure in the top pad of Spartans fans. They get a good grab on the Tibby there, but with the Dragon Rush, immediately Mew comes down with the Electro Ball. Level 9 now is Zante, and with Toes coming through at level 9 as well, they're going to be able to knock out the Eldegoss up in that top side. So that top Regieleki looks to go to VFC and maybe something different down in the bottom side as Inteleon steals it away from Klaus.
Brilliant effort there. You don't want to give both objectives to one team. That's so much experience. But they do manage to do that and sneak that one away as well. But Klaus now has their Unite move ready to go. And currently Yu is the only one defending this tier 1 pad while VFC make a huge push for it. Electro Ball's going to connect. A massive Ice Fang from Gek shuts down that Inteleon. And now they've got to try and defend all these beams and all this damage coming their way as we do see Zoroark coming on in. Revenge isn't going to find anyone because Toes cuts them down and VFC dominate both lanes.
Yeah, Toes coming through. As long as they've got their Unite moves, forced to be reckoned with. They're going to sneak in a 10 as well, and the snipes do not hit, unfortunately. And they're going to be able to get out of there without the help of Gek. And it's back to getting the Unite moves. And yet again, we talked about Pokemon that are great in this new map. Obviously, you have Speedsters that are doing a fantastic job at soaking up all this farm, getting the Unite moves early. But the other side of it is that if you have a lot of wild Pokemons to farm, Tano, you're going to be able to get your Unite moves more frequently too. And that's exactly what Toast is doing. We're going to have another fight up top though. Nightfall Days not able to keep themselves sustained as they get taken down as well. And Zante, using all of the boosters available with its coaching, is going to be able to shut down both the Inteleon and the Ho-Oh as well.
Yeah, Spartans fans needs to go back to the drawing board here and just regroup, buddy. That's what they need to do. They're struggling in these team fights at the moment. They don't have all 5 of them, and VFC are managing to sneak away with this lead at the moment. That is a good pickup, being able to find that KO. But again, the lowest level Pokemon on the side of VFC. They need to stick together as a team and find some important KOs in these team fights.
Yes, they do, especially some levels as well, if possible. For Spartans fans, especially Inteleon, probably wants that level 11 ASAP. Have a look at a Regieleki up in the top side. Tibby wasting no time to start the rip as we have more of a prioritization of the bottom Reggie as well as the Mammoth getting some scores in. Did Mew just steal that up in the top side? That is unacceptable, Zante. That is quite incredible. And all that momentum that Spartan fans trying to build from that Regieleki has just gone over the other side.
Oh, they use resources for that as well, but the Green Illusion Dive is going to come through, though, just trying to take down Frigo. You're not going to be too unhappy with that as Spartan fans, because now not having that Green Illusion Dive does mean you're easier to defend this pad, but there's the Azure Spy Vision coming on out. VFC makes the wise decision to run away from that the second they see it. They want to go grab more experience. Mammoth Mash is going to dive on back in. Garchomp taking down Toast, coming back for the rebound here, knowing that Unite move is gone. Bliss assistance comes through, and VFC are looking to clean up Spartan fans in this top side.
Talk about cleanup. Here comes Tibby, though, rekindled from the Ho-Oh Unite, and they're going to fall yet again, and maybe this is not the move that they were looking for, as without a Regieleki, we're going to have some scores flying up in the top side. 4 members down for Spartans fans, and the Zoroark is trying to find their way back into this fight.
Okay, 422 points, 200 points at the moment. We've got 15. Groudon hits the field. There's not a single goal broken on the side of VFC. Now, we have a view that is a risky move, because whilst it's easy to instant goals with our it does mean that those T1s are easier to score into and opens that Hundo Burgers raining in from the get-go.
Yeah, that's right. And with all the pads broken, it's going to be, it doesn't matter which path the Reggie Alecki spawns in, if it does, definitely going to be scary for Spartans fans to defend against. They're going to go for a fight on the top side, though. Eject coming out from Tibby, and to try to really shock out Toast, maybe get a pick to change the tide of this game. But so far, it does seem a little bit difficult, just because there's just a level difference, right, on the side of VFC. And they're going to have a huge engage now before the Groudon will spawn. Cotton Crowd Crash comes through. 2 members down for Spartans fans. And with a huge Ice Fang, Gek manages to pick up and delete Ho off the stage. 10 seconds remaining. We still have people spawning back in. I mean, it would be wise just to rip this Groudon now.
Yeah, it looks like Revenge may have disconnected as well, as they just sat down there in that home pad. Might be back. No, still having issues. Groudon is going to be taken by VFC. Uncontested. And now there's a minute 50 left. Livid Outrage is going to come through, trying to break these shields. Doesn't find a KO to get their own. And now VFC are just going to continue to score. But there you go. You've just witnessed it, buddy. There is no longer unstoppable scoring from that final objective.
Yeah, and if Spartan fans can get some KOs, they're going to be able to get the buffs back. But it's going to be difficult, right? Because you will have the damage buff coming out from the Groudon shield as well. So we're going to have the Hundo Burgers now landing in finally. 812 to 100 is going to be the score at the moment for this game. Just a bit unfortunate with a few DCs there, but yet again, nothing to take away from how well VFC played in this match.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, even before, you know, there was some disconnects, it was definitely VFC's game to lose. They had managed to get themselves a decent lead on every aspect of it. So, exciting though, mate. I feel like, you know, Spartan fans have managed to find a win against VFC. VFC were not happy with that, and they have bounced back strong here in this third game.
Yeah, they absolutely have. But it's not over yet, though, and the benefits of a best of 5 is that there are up to 5 games, and this is only game number 3. So all eyes are going to be on Spartan fans playing to stay in the competition in the next game, and I'm sure they're already back at it thinking about what was the issue here and what can they do to stop kind of like the snowbally characters such as Shifu and Saita from really playing the game.
It's so interesting now that we're seeing so much Blue Bear, mate, because it's come out of nowhere. It's not like there were any changes that I'm aware of that suddenly happened to Blue Bear that made it that much stronger. But it's kind of just all of a sudden always here. And it's exciting, but it's fascinating that everybody's just decided, let's give Blue Bear a go, and it works.
I think Blue Bear got a buff 2 patches ago, from what I recall. So that's probably why people are testing it out. But I agree with you, in this new map, definitely is a good shout, right? If you can get that level 5, you got more wild Pokemons to bounce off, get your liquidation shield up as well. Yeah, it's always great to see Pokemons that we've seen ages ago dominate the field come back in for a good, you know, return into the scene. Venusaur was one of them, right? Urshifu is another. But hopefully, you know, Inteleon makes their way back, because that's one of the most fun Pokemon, in my opinion, to watch.
I agree, and I am just reading it here. So it was an extra second cooldown decrease on Surging Strikes that it got, so 1 second, so down to 10 instead of 11, and plus 8% on the shield amount from liquidation. So that's actually pretty decent, to be fair.
Yeah, it's pretty decent.
Wicked Blow, movement speed got decreased. No, movement speed decreased, reduced, but they did buff Throat Chop Plus, so pretty balanced buffs there for Urshifu, but that is why we're seeing so much Water Bear. That makes total sense now.
I mean, whenever it gets a bit of love from the Pokemon Unite gods, definitely worth to pick up and see how it is.
Yeah.
You know, with all the all-rounders coming in, I think one of the things is balancing how good these Pokemons are, and, you know, focusing on a select few each patch to make sure that everyone still enjoys all the Pokemons available in the roster.
I can't believe we've not had any Charizard, mate. That's what doesn't make sense to me, because, yeah, So Charizard has been nerfed here. Fire Blast and Flamethrower has been nerfed, but the Unite move has not been touched, and it's still a crazy low cooldown. And I feel like whilst that Unite move is the way it is, especially with how much like team fighting is going on here on this new map, it's still a great pickup to go for.
Yeah, definitely. Well, on that note, we're going to send to a quick break as we get prepared for the 4th game of this set. Don't go anywhere, guys. Action to come. We're going to be able to crown whether it's Spartans fans that takes it out today or VFC. See you guys shortly.
Alrighty, hello everybody, welcome back. It's just going to be my lonesome casting this, and of course, it wouldn't be any other way. Casting my own fan team here, as viewers had to get off to work. The dedication from these casters is next level. Now, let's see what these bans are going to be. Have we got any changes? Looks like Spartan fans are going to continue with the Inteleon, Leafeon, and Hooper bans here, whilst Lally Blue, Zacian, and Suicune are banned out by VFC. It is a best of 5, so VFC currently have match point. They have the advantage coming into this game. Let's see what Frigo wants to take as the first pick. Looks like, yeah, that's what I was expecting. Go on to the defenders. Ho-Ho, Snorlax, Mamoswine. We've seen so much of them today, and it looks like Ho-Ho is going to be the first pick. What are VFC going to pick in return, though? The Venusaur is available, but Zante is going to pick up the Mew again. Huge plays on that in the previous game, and Narami is going to get access to this Blissey here. Now, Tibby is the big one. What does Tibby take into this game? Usually, Tibby likes to pick a little bit later on those all-rounders, and that's exactly what we're going to see. The rotation with you picking up the Venusaur again. Currently does have that beam build on it. Cherry King locking in the Snorlax, so a huge amount of frontline on the side of Spartan fans so far, so I expect that to continue to be a Venusaur. Klaus is going to go back to that Water Bear, of course. Why wouldn't you? And Toast is going to lock in again on the Cypher. So Spartan fans know what the comp is on the side of VFC now. They know how they're going to play this game. Tibby is going to bring the Serena out to play. And Revenge is looking for that secure on the Blaziken at the moment. Unless they go for the Speedster. That's what I was expecting. Absol is going to be locked in. Ooh, okay. What is Gek going to pick up? Are they going to go all-rounder as well, or go back to those defenders here? Well, I guess it's double all-rounder for VFC, because you do have... Oh my god, why has Fu left me when Tinkaton is finally coming out onto the field here? Gek is going to lock in the Tinkaton. This is exciting. Recent changes on that Pokemon has meant it's got more maneuverability that people were hoping for. Apparently, it's quite fun to play as now. And it's absolutely laughable that VFC lock it in. The second Fu has to go. So typical, guys. But that's the state of our game 4 here in the grand finals. So no pure speedster on the side of VFC, but they do have Toast on that Cypher. And they've got plenty of brawling damage on the side of VFC as well. Though a big front line for Spartan fans. This is going to be an exciting game. Will it be the last one? I gotta say, Toast has been incredibly difficult to handle on this Cypher all day. If you've ever wanted a showcase of how to play Cypher, Toast has done that today. I gotta say, they might be able to... Well, will they be able to break through to you on the Venusaur? Because Cherry King on Ho-Oh and Frigo on Snorlax, that's not an easy front line to get through. But here we go. This is game 4. Spartan fans here on our purple side still. VFC here on our orange side. VFC currently have the lead in this set so far. As expected with these rotations, but Snorlax looks to go for an invade. You knew that that Kung-Fu was going to be in the central area. It was either going to be that or this Tinkaton. And it is going to be the Kung-Fu. If Snorlax can steal that away, that will be massive. Right now, Bulbasaur left alone in this lane. They have to try and see if they can steal this away from the Tinkatink, trying to get those stacks. Ooh, does the boosted work? No, they do manage to get it. Gek is going to get themselves a second stack. Kung-Fu is in the lane, though. Snorlax is going to take all of that in the central area. Klaus has accepted that that central area is no longer theirs. Zante is still going to prove to be very difficult on this Mew in the early stages. And VFC, whilst they may have lost that central area, have managed to grab a lot of that experience from Spartan fans. But the top lane definitely going more to the way of Spartan fans here. Heavy slam onto the top. If they can get a KO onto Kung-Fu, Klaus is looking for one little bit of experience, but they get slammed back to the Pokemon Center. As Spartan fans make a wise decision to go on the retreat. Absol in the top lane, Revenge, has managed to cut down VFC. And now they've got themselves the lead. 25 seconds until Regidrago is on the field, trying to take this experience away. Finally, Klaus manages to find their Evo. Water Bear is coming out to play again, looking to shut down this Ho-Oh here. Spots Revenge on low health and goes for the KO. Frigo putting everything they could to try and squish this Mew here, but unable to do so as Zante manages to dash away. And now they want to continue to push onto this T1 pad. That Regidrago is in the center of that field. Tibby is currently ripping it. Klaus is making a quick rotation here to see if they can get the secure. Here comes Absol as well, but Tibby has managed to find it while the pressure is still on in this bottom lane. Spartan fans have managed to find the KO onto Narami, and now they've backed up VFC up to the flux zone here as they look to score some more points, take this experience away from VFC, and continue to extend their lead. Gek is still looking for that big hammer to come on through. It is Petal Dance Venu from you here. Brilliant play. I was expecting the beams, but they've got their front line, and they're going to continue to run on through. Giga Drain keeping them up. The sustain is off the charts. They do eventually go down, but I like the adjustment. You know that you've got Water Bear dashing on through to find a KO onto you, so you just want to bring the action to them. Go Petal Dance Venu. Look to be the raid boss in a few moments of this game. So much of a raid boss that it's actually broken my game. We have had a stabilize in the system today. I mean, it's a map. It's a new update from Pokemon Unite. We're bound to have some sort of connection issues as they rotate up into the top side here. I don't believe we've seen where the objectives are going to be just yet. Reggie has spawned in the top side, so it is going to be a Reggie in the bottom side. Right now, Toast has managed to take that Lecky, but they get KO'd for their efforts. So does Klaus, as Spartan fans are going to allow that to go into the T1, whilst they go and break VFC's. Look to score in this T2 as well, because they've got an entire minute before the springboard is up at that home pad. Leaving it on 10 points here. They know that Lecky is going to spawn in the top side for the entirety of this game. If they break that T2 pad and take this Regieleki before the 4-minute mark, this next one that comes in, we will have a win condition on our hands because VSC will have to deal with that. Again, going to this Regidrago. Or rather just fighting it out in the middle here as Klaus is going to pop the flowing fist throws them onto the side of Frigo, but it's not going to be enough. The HP pool is too big, and eventually they do go down. Toast hasn't been able to find the executes just yet. 40 dunk going on in. That's a 39 overcap in the T1 pad. Spartan fans have given themselves the lead in this game. Can they hold on to it? They've got the levels, they've got the points, and they continue to push these pads. Springboard is now up though, so you don't want to push something that makes you stay there for a while. 10 seconds before this bottom lane Reggie is going to come on in. 30 seconds on the Regieleki. And it looks like Spartan fans are going to get this uncontested as VFC look to go to the central area and rotate into the top lane. Still just grabbing what experience they can. Tinkerton finally hitting level 9 at the 430 mark. That's not what we've been seeing all day. All of these Pokemon have been getting so much experience in the first few moments. Tinkerton's not had an easy game with it. Toast is going to dive on through here again. There's the Green Illusion dive, trying to see if they can cut down the Ho-Ho. Doesn't find it just yet, but the Electro Ball does. Mystical Mirage is going to come out here as well as they look to make the approach onto Spartan fans, and they have obliterated that front line right now. Tibby has to get back to the T2 pad. A brilliant effort from VFC to swap this game on its head as they go rip the Regieleki. Uncontested as well. Klaus is just going to grab that central area experience whilst that is taken. Spartan fans are going to continue to grab their own experience on their side. They know this is going to come down to the Groudon fight. VFC look to push that pad down there. Not that it's going to be easy. You've got a Snorlax and a Raid Boss Venusaur. The world to try and take on here. Power Nap's going to come on out as they dash on in as well. Frigo's trying to put the pressure on here. Single out Klaus. The Yawn is there. Yu's going to dive on in with the Pedal Dance, but unfortunately Toast was there ready as they bounce back with the executes. And VFC is going to come out on top of that fight as they look to rein in these points. Psycho Cut is going to go through. Not a lot that they can do though. Tibby does come in on the flank, and VFC are going on the retreat. Green Illusion dive comes through again. That was at the 3-minute mark. That is a little bit risky. Definitely going to have to farm that one back. As the stomps are coming through onto Klaus. They've ran out of Surging Strikes, and they will be KO'd. Just over a 200-point lead here for Spartan fans. That's not a lot coming into the final stretch. With 30 seconds left on the clock, Reggie Steele is going to be free here for Spartans fans. That's going to be a huge buff coming into that final few moments. And they're going to have it for about a minute of this Groudon fight. Now, what can VFC do to win this game? It's all about this final team fight, and you have to deal with a lot on the side of Spartan fans. Of course, you don't have to worry about the beams coming on through, but you do have to worry about taking down that Venusaur, and it's going to take a lot of resources to do it. And the difficulty is, whilst you're dealing with that Venusaur, you've got to deal with the Absol, looking to get a flank on as well. Where's the Giga Hammer gonna go? Where is the Tinkerton Unite move gonna go? Which I actually haven't ever called out because I've never seen it, but there's the Yawn coming on through. Midnight Slash is going to connect as well. Bliss Assistance at the right time, but Spartan fans are finding the KOs that they're looking for right now. Ho-Ho has gone down, and they've finally taken Absol. VFC slowly cleaning up Spartan fans, and with that one, it's just Frigo left. Xanta is going to hunt them down while Toast goes to the Groudon, and they make for the rip at the moment. Ho-Ho is back. 10 seconds before Yu is on the field. 10 seconds before that Absol is here. And without Revenge and Yu, they don't have the secure that they're looking for. Frigo's trying to look for it themselves. The burn comes through, but no, it's Toast that locks in Groudon for VFC. And now they can go and score the all-important points that they need to win this game. But scoring can be interrupted. You've just seen it. You have a faster score speed, but look at Tibby stopping what's going on here. Eventually, though, there's only so much of the goal that you can defend, and Naram is going to get the first Hundo Burger in. Now this is difficult to handle down on this pad. Klaus is looking to score some goals, but you is not going to be easy to take down. Right now, Spartan fans still have the lead, only just. There's like 15 seconds left, and VFC don't realize that they're not in the lead here. Spartan fans still have this, and this is going to go to game 5. What an effort. What a cleanup by VFC in that final fight. Holy. There you go. I called it. I knew this was gonna happen. It's game 5. Spartan fans have bounced back after losing that first game. Oh, I love it. It's getting so late here, but I wouldn't want it any other way. Tibby absolutely locking in on that one. And it's so difficult for me because I absolutely love the players that are on the side of VFC as well. That was a brilliant push in those final few moments. A great team fight at Groudon from VFC, but they just didn't recognize that they weren't in the lead. That is a shame. But we have one more game to bring you, chat. It's been a long tournament. I've very much enjoyed it. I think this new map it's different, and different is good. We've had Rayquaza for so long, and we needed change. We needed exciting change, and that is what I'm seeing from Pokemon Unite at the moment. So that's what I'm excited about. It's going to be a lot to learn still, and they definitely could have gone further with it. But this change is good, and that's the most important thing. So I'm happy with that. It's just me. Hey guys, Fu unfortunately had to rush off to work, although he's going to be gutted that he didn't get to witness that Tinkerton fight because it was enjoyable. Although I didn't get to see much of it, to be fair. I feel like it was the Pokemon that struggled to find the levels in that game, which is you know. Well, we'll say what's done is done. I'm gonna send a message to Fu, and I'm gonna be like, they played Tinkerton, bro. It was rubbish. I don't know what you were on about. We'll see what he says. Let's see what these bans are gonna be here in the final game of the night. Suicune, Venusaur, Laddie Blue. So here we go. We've got. Oh, Toast is gonna rotate onto the Zacian. I was gonna say they were voting out 4 Pokemon in a free ban stage there. What was it going to go for? And it's going to be the Leafeon, Hooper, Inteleon from Spartans fans. Guys, we are here in a grand final of this Unity Clash tournament, and one of the teams is called Spartans fans. That is pretty cool. From my point of view, that's pretty cool. Shuriken's going to lock in the Ho-Ho. Do you want to let Toast out on this Cypher again? That's the only thing. I don't know. Toast has been absolutely cooking on it, and he's going to continue to do so here. Zante's going to lock in the Mew. Narami back on that Blissey, but I can't see Spartan fans changing things up. Probably looking for the Venusaur here on the side of you again. Interesting that VFC are not that bothered about it. Oh, it's going to be the Lowland Raichu. Interesting. The free bans are now currently in the game as far as I'm aware. So even in ranked, you will have these free bans. That is it in the game now as far as I'm aware. So I like it. I've been saying for months that we need more bans in Pokemon Unite, and we finally have 3 per team. Definitely needs a little bit of tweaks, I think. All of you banning instantly and not knowing what the other team is banning, I think that needs to be tweaked. Blind ban isn't that great. Geki's going to stick with Tinkerton here. That's so interesting. Klaus on the Buzzwole. And of course, Toast is going to be on anything but the Cypher here. Revenge, no longer taking the Speedster, is going to lock in the Mewtwo Y. I like it. A different approach here from Spartans fans, although not too different. This is the final game of this tournament, and it could go either way. Both of these teams deserve to be proud of the effort that they've put in today. It's been best of fives. It's been a long one. It's a new map, new rotations, more working out what Pokemon works, what Pokemon doesn't work, what Pokemon's really strong. It's been a lot of thinking. I'm lucky that I don't have to think like that, chat. I'm not a pro player. I'm just a caster. I just tell you what's going on the screen and put a little bit of flair on it. I don't have to have the brain skills that these players do. I can't predict who's going to take this either, but here we go. This is Game 5, the final game of the Unity Clash Groudon release tournament. Spartan fans are back here on the purple side. VFC remaining on the orange side. It is tied apiece, as the central laners are going to be the Mewtwo Y and the Cypher here. That's interesting. Top lane, Buzzwole, Blissey versus the Ho-Ho. Pikachu, Snorlax trying to put the pressure on here against this Tinker, as well as the Mew looking to find a KO. Gek is the first one going back to that Pokemon Center. Zante has to back up as well, looking to get these citrus berries. You don't want Snorlax to take it. That's going to be a lot of HP that they get from it. But the first amount of stacks are going to go on in here by Spartan fans. Looks like we might see Frigo go down. But VFC are going to get a good approach onto this top side. Toast has managed to hit that level 5. They've got the dual wing beat already. Narami has been soloed out there, as Klaus is going to be stunned at this moment. Has to use the eject button to get back to the pad, but they go down anyway. And Toast has to go on the retreat as Revenge looks to rain down hell. They eventually do get away, and Spartan fans are going to lock in this top side. They are locking in this game. Gek has managed to get a couple of stacks there, looking to get this other one in, and they do. They will go down for it, but very important to get those stacks on the side of that Tinkerton. Now VFC are going to make an approach on the bottom lane. See what they can steal away before this Regidrago comes on in. As a response, Spartans fans are going to take the central area away from VFC. Tibby, very close to the level 7 mark on this Lucario. Regidrago about to spawn on in. Both teams are here. It's all about Toast executes here with that dual wing beat, but a massive hit up by Frigo means that they're locked down. Who locks that objective? It's going to be VFC, and that's a great amount of experience that they now get. Tinkerton on the field, Hammer ready to rain on down. Tibby manages to survive though. Heals coming on through, great self-sustain, and it's going to be none other than Snorlax that comes out of that fight. Again, a close game between these two teams. We wouldn't have had it any other way, chat. First objectives in the lanes are about to spawn on in 20 seconds. I'm going to predict a Regieleki in the bottom side this time. Ooh, eject button has to be burned here to get themselves away from that Snorlax block. Points are going to rain on in. T1 goal broken by Spartan fans. Oh, it's a Regirock in the bottom lane. The prediction didn't come through. But the rip on the objective might, as Gek dives onto the face of Revenge there. Boosted comes from Zante. The beam doesn't find the KO, but VFC have found that top lane to be uncontested. They're going to rip that Regieleki whilst down here. Trying to buy a little bit of space is Gek. Electro Balls are going to continue to rain on through here from view as they try to lock onto the Regirock. Dive on in here from Tibby, looking with the close combat to find that KO. Infinite Sideburn comes through as well. VFC have been backed out, except for Gek, who does dive on in, doesn't find the KO onto the Regirock. Did get their own 2 KO streak though. Much better game coming out of Gek here, and it is definitely working to their advantage. That Lecky has gone in to the T2 as Spartan fans. Toast is going to continue to score those points. But despite that, it's a very close game here. Oof. Oof. That was a lot of resources taking down Tibby. Green Illusion Dive comes through, using the second hit there to throw it all on into the Ho-Oh. Ooh. Making an approach on this pad would be a risky move by VFC here. They are going to go on the retreat at the moment. Tinkerton still in that top lane, grabbing that experience. And now we will have a moment to breathe as these teams look to get the rest of their heals. Snorlax trying to bait them into this bush. There's no Electro Balls there. What do you mean, bro? Good push off against the Tinkerton here. 30 seconds on that spawn timer in the top side. That's going to be a Reggie. Both of these teams just waiting for more experience to come on up around these lanes. There's the bottom Reggie about to spawn on in. A good heavy slam trying to see if they can isolate Gek here as well as Toast. Power Nap's going to come on through. VFC are just going to retreat from it, going on back on up. Thunder trying to hit for the Electro Balls. That boosted sneaks through like threading a needle onto that Alolan Raichu. Now Spartan fans are going to look to get the zone in early. There goes the dual wing beat. Green Illusion Dive is going to come through as well as Toast finds one, finds two, looking for more. Rekindling Flame is going to come here. Pretty weak on the side of VFC. They've managed to find Toast here. And there's the Mystical Mirage waiting to see if they can get that Surf on through. They do find the KO. And as Lucario and Ho-Oh fall, Spartan fans are left trying to see if they can execute with the Mewtwo Y here. Looking for the constant rip. Doesn't find it. It's going to be the Electro Ball from Zante that takes the Regirock for VFC. Nearly managing to KO Raichu there as well. Still, we are at the 350 mark and there's 10 points between these two teams. We do have level 13s on the side of VFC, so they are winning the level lead at the moment, though it isn't that big. It feels like they're just going to continue to fight in this bottom lane. Oh, VFC finally recognizing that they need to rotate to the top side here, looking to see if they can get both objectives. Reggie, Drago's going to be taken by Lucario. Tibby uses the Aura Cannon there as well to ensure they get that secure. Power Nap coming out from Snorlax here. VFC just going to see if they can break down the Snorlax for a quick KO. Looking to go for the pincer movement. Massive effort from Gek. He's going to find the KO onto TB there. As now again, VFC trying to push this T1 in the bottom lane. 21 points will come in from Narami. But Frigo's going to disrupt the scoring from Zante there. This is absolutely crazy. Like, Spartan fans are so weak, but they're managing to keep themselves away, although Mewtwo Y does eventually go down. Here comes Tibby again. Zante is completely uncatchable on this Mew at the moment. Big beam comes on through. We've got 25 seconds until Groudon is on the field. It's a very close game. That Regieleki's taken by Toast. I am going to take a quick drink before this Groudon spawns on in, because this is going to be electric. Okay, we're back. We're ready. When there is a Groudon, the game is on. And that it is. VFC have the lead. The ball is in the court of Spartan fans. If they want to win this game, they are going to have to make the right approach. But that Lecky has gone into that T2 pad. Toast is going to be looking to get that insta score, giving themselves an even stronger lead without Hundo Burger coming on through. Tibby knows they are there. Dive on in from Gek here, looking to see if they can find Frigo. Not able to just yet. Spartan fans have been backed up to their T1 pad for that healing. Fire Spin has to be used here by Chari King. Frigo is so weak on the side of that Snorlax. Toast waiting to come in with a flank, and that's that dual wing beat will find the KO onto the side of that Ho-Ho at the moment. Frigo has taken a power nap. There's the infinite Cyber. That's the approach that they're now taking. The rip comes on in from you here. Has to zone on round, but gets caught out. Unfortunately, they're cut down. Who's going to be able to take this in the central area? It's going to be Spartan fans, but unfortunately, Tibby finds the KO onto the Groudon, but they don't have enough Pokemon here as VFC look to shut them down. Snorlax goes down. Tibby is going to try and put up a good defense on this T1 goal, but VFC are going to be able to score, or at least stop Spartans fans from scoring and keep the lead themselves. That is such a shame. A great secure from Tibby. We've still got 30 seconds left here, chat. But will they have a quick enough approach? T1 Go's are still up, but they need 300 points here if they want to win. They have managed to take down Gek. If they can find more, if they can find this Buzzwole, Toast is the biggest threat, but they're going to continue to score on that home pad. Now it's what they can do here. 13 seconds left. And unfortunately, it looks like that's going to be all she wrote on Faya Sky Ruins. That's going to be your first Groudon tournament here in Pokemon Unite. And your first victors for Unity Clash are going to be VFC. Oh, I can't tell you enough of how proud I am of both of these teams. Spartans fans, you have been amazing to watch. I've enjoyed every bit of your gameplay. VFC, basically comb my feet Klaus, has been electric. Toast, I haven't been able to keep my eyes off your play this entire day. But Gek locks in the final game with some brilliant moves on that Tinkerton. Yes, Gek. Absolutely stupid Pokemon. And an absolute pleasure to watch you play on it. Oh, I can't believe that went all the way to Game 5. You two teams are incredible. You all deserve to be very proud of how you've played. Take a pat on the back. Well done. Hey, you're the only team, I believe, that has managed to take a game away from VFC. So, you know, fair play to you. Hey, that's all good. Don't worry about these crashes. They happen. It's Pokemon Unite. Here we go, guys. That is going to be it for this tournament. I've got to get off to bed because I've got work tomorrow. We've had some amazing people that have come and casted this, so a huge thank you to Nightera and Fu. They were up at ridiculous times. They've got work themselves, so the dedication has been massive. A huge thank you to Pasta, to Bina, our observers that have been doing a lot of work in the background, and of course, it wouldn't be possible without the incredible Shivam working things and being an incredible tournament organizer. So a huge shout out to them and a huge shout out to you coming to watch as well. That was your first Groudon tournament. There's going to be plenty more action over the next few weeks with people trying their first tournament for this. I believe we will be back on Saturday for the EUL, so don't miss that. And I'm going to get off to bed. So have a good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are, guys. And we'll catch you on the next one. Bye.